For the invocation and the pledges, Commissioner Gonzalez is going to lead us in our invocation. Our pastor had to cancel at the last minute today, so.
Pastor Jack. Lord God, Heavenly Father, we'll come to you again. Just to give you thanks for everything you've given us, Lord. Give you thanks for allowing us to be here today. We also ask you today to pray for those families in Hawaii in the fire, families in the state of Texas who suffered any damages throughout the storm. Pray, Lord God, for this Commissioner's Court, that we can make the right decisions, the right choices for the right reasons, and continue to work together after we make those choices. Lord God, we ask you to pray for our families and pray for those families that are here today. Pray for our employees that continue to run this county and our citizens that we represent. Lord God, we tell you, give you thanks for just giving us today, Lord, and we ask you hopefully we can give us tomorrow. In your name we pray, Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. It is Wednesday, August the 23rd, and we have all commissioners present. We are at 901 Leopard in the Nueces County Courthouse, and I am certifying we do have a quorum present. Moving on to item D. Are there any disclosures of conflicts of interest from any of you? If we get to that item, if you haven't disclosed, you can always mention it then, but there being none, we will move on to E, adopt the following resolutions and proclamations. And I think I will make the motion for this, if I could get a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and Peyton is going to read the proclamation for Women's Equality Day. And thank you, ladies, for being here.
Okay. Whereas Carrie Chapman Catt founded the League of Women's Voters, a nonpartisan organization in 1920 during the National American Women's Suffrage Association Convention. The convention was held just 6 months before the 19th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified and certified, giving American women the right to vote after a century's struggle. Whereas the League of Women Voters, Corpus Christi area, was formed in 1945 with Dorothy Green serving as its first president, and that the League has been an activist, grassroots organization whose leaders believe that citizens should actively participate in governance, advocacy, and voting. And whereas the League of Women's Voters acts with trust, integrity, and professionalism, operates in an open and effective manner to educate the public through voter guides and candidate forums, takes the initiative to engage voters and defend democracy, and acknowledges the League's heritage at every opportunity. And whereas, for 78 years, the League of Women Voters Corpus Christi area has built citizen participation in the democratic process by engaging communities, promoting positive solutions to public policy issues through education, advocacy, and studying communities and state issues. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that we hereby proclaim August 26, 2023 as Women's Equality Day, in honor of the League of Women's Voters and in the celebration of the 103rd anniversary of women's right to vote in Nueces County, duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 23rd day of August, 2023.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Do y'all have someone that wants to speak? Yes, Ms. Hawkins. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Judge Scott and all the commissioners and all that are present. We certainly do appreciate you making this declaration. We are a group of
Oh, I
women,
don't think they were
diverse
open,
women.
maybe. Well, they weren't this morning.
Go ahead.
What happened?
Somebody unmuted themselves. Oh, unmuted.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Excuse
I thought I was
us.
going to mess up. Okay, I just want to read our mission statement first, and then I just want to thank everyone. The League of Women Voters of Corpus Christi area is a nonpartisan grassroots civic organization which encourages informed and active participation in government, works to increase understanding of major public policy issues, and influence public policy through education and advocacy. And we certainly appreciate the Commissioners Court in giving us this declaration. We are here to bring more vision, more that we can be seen more and be more visible in the community so that everyone will know what we stand for. We are nonpartisan, not bipartisan. And I just want to make that clear, and we thank everyone that is here for embracing us. Anybody out there that wants to join the League of Women Voters, you are more than welcome. We are also having our annual fundraising banquet on Thursday at Aris Steakhouse, and I am happy to say that we are sold out. Thank you. And the purpose of our fundraiser is for our voter guides. And I'm sure that many of you, as you politicked along the way for your jobs, you were given questions and answers, an opportunity to express who you are, what you stand for. And the voter guide is there to educate all of our voters in the community. So we thank you so much for this opportunity. And this is my wonderful group here. Thank you, ladies, for being here today with us.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. We have a proclamation. If y'all, do y'all want to do a photo up here or something? We have this for you.
¿Cómo estás, Celia? Sorry, in the elevator. My goodness. Congratulations, ladies. Appreciate the job y'all do. You haven't sent them out yet, have you? Thank y'all. Thank you, man. Been a while, been a while.
Thank you all so much.
Is this Jerry's?
Throw that on the floor.
Need to say something.
Let them clear out. Okay, moving on to item F, public comment. Do we have, nobody signed up for public comment? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in public comment that didn't sign up? There being none, we will move on. I would ask before we start on the next, I have some items that need to be tabled. Item 3A13 needs to be tabled. I'll make a motion to table,
That's,
I got one.
the table indefinitely. It's not coming back. It doesn't need, I need 3A13 tabled. It was not supposed to be on there, so.
Wait, that's an election one?
Yes, I need it tabled, please. I need a second. And Kara's aware.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion carries. That is tabled. I need to table 3F1 because the contract is not ready. We will move it to the next meeting. That is on the higher right and under Human Resources.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
I want table F.
To what date?
To the next meet, the next meeting available.
That's just for F1. The other one was
F1 is,
indefinitely?
yeah, the other
Okay.
one is off. F1.
Okay.
I want table F2 for the next meeting. Evidently, what I requested is not the right thing, but
The backup is not correct, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. And now we will move, are there any other ones? Anybody wishes to table any other concerns on the agenda? We can always table it when we get to if necessary, but I knew those were pulled to my attention. On the consent agenda, are there any items on the consent agenda you wish to pull for further discussion? If not, I will accept a motion to pass.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to pass the consent agenda. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. So we will move on to 3A1, the regular agenda. This is discuss and consider proposal for 2023 tax rate for Nueces County Farm and Market, and Nueces County Hospital District. Commissioners Court must take a record vote on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. In accordance with the tax code, we are required to propose a tax rate. This is only a proposal. It's not voting on the actual rate. The actual rate will be discussed and adopted on September 17th, I believe, if I'm correct. If not, it's around that time. This is just setting the ceiling. If the proposed rate is above the no new revenue tax, it requires special notification within the paper, and it does require to address public hearings and have a public notice for the balances. So at this time, I would like to, as we're going through our budget, as your budget officer, I'm going to propose a rate for the hospital district, and Johnny is available should you have any questions. They had a board meeting hearing, and they're proposing a rate at 0.085242. Again, 0.085242 per $100 valuation, and that's the balances for the hospital district. If Johnny would like to address anything for that, that's my rate for the hospital district. If you want to, we'll leave that now and take a vote for that, and then we'll come back for the county.
Yes, Mr. Hipp, you want to address the court on that one?
Just a brief comment. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. The rate that we're asking for y'all to consider is the voter approved rate. That's the pattern we used last year. We used the highest rate possible. As y'all know, we're going to come back and ask probably for a rate less than that.
Now, Johnny, the rate I gave you was not the voter approved rate. That's the 4%.
Right. Okay. So the 85242 is the 4%
4% above the no new revenue tax.
Right.
And this, if we vote on this today, we are not voting that
You're
this
not
is
voting
okay.
on the
This
rate,
is
you're voting
just
on-
setting the ceiling that
You're
we
saying the ceiling
could
and-
possibly vote on.
And requiring public notification and public hearings.
Yes.
So, Judge, maybe to make a clarification, our recommendation was for the ceiling rate today for your vote. and that would be the .089272. The 4% is the .085242 that likely we're to come back to you with in our budget, and the tax rate we're asking you to consider probably in September. But we're asking you today to give us the most flexibility by considering the ceiling rate so that we have some ability to maneuver beneath that.
Wait, the ceiling rate, which is 8%?
The ceiling rate for the hospital is at 8%, and that rate is 0.089272.
Man, you had me at 4, but I can't go 8. I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
and I know y'all had a meeting, and I thought y'all were fine with the 4%.
We are, Judge, but the reason we're asked for the ceiling rate was because there's a lot in flux right now, both in terms of, I mean, our budget is set, but y'all's is not. And our experience tells us over the years that between the time we set our budget and when you all set yours, there's sometimes some additional things that pop up that need consideration. But if the court feels comfortable with the .085242, we're okay with that. We just want to make sure that we had some room to maneuver with the rate. So that's why we're bringing up the higher rate.
And today's vote is always to vote for
Just
the
for the ceiling,
ceiling.
the highest, they cannot exceed that, but they can always go lower
We
than that.
work it out
Yes.
later on,
Yes.
so.
On the actual, when you adopt the rate, that's when you'll go through the process of actually getting down to where they're wanting to be, if maybe even lower.
So I'm sorry.
my bad.
So if we set it low, we can't go high, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's better to cap it and then say, we'll work it down.
Because if you have the set rate, and there's a lot of rules in the tax code that you cannot exceed that without multiple hearings, multiple this, and so that's why we try to set a ceiling above what we believe we need, and that's what I believe Johnny's now saying. They want to do the voter approved rate of .89272 with their hopefully when their actual budget is adopted, it'll be at 4%, which is a lot lower.
So I'm okay, I mean, just so I'm sure everyone wants to weigh in, I'm okay with setting the cap, the ceiling, and then hopefully everyone can try to work it down further, so.
And Commissioners, just to remind y'all, that's what we did last year. Y'all adopt the ceiling rate. We came back in with something that was about halfway in between the no new revenue rate and the voter. But we're only asking just out of caution because I don't know what's going to come up. And as Dale said and Commissioner highlighted, we'd like to come in lower than that, but we'd like the room to maneuver in there.
At the end of the day, I mean, still, it'd be up to us to vote on it, yes or no, when we come back. I mean, I know last year was a 9.2 or something like that, and you all went down to 8.1.
Correct.
Or now you're down to an 8.1. But basically, the 4% is still there. We still can come down to the 4%, if we vote on that, support the 4%, right?
Yes, Commissioner, the 4%, and just so the voters know, that rate, even though we're saying that we're meeting the requirements of the law by saying it's a 4% increase above the no new revenue rate,
Right.
that 4% basically puts us back at the revenue we had last year.
Last year, yeah, sure.
So, I mean, it
Doesn't raise it.
The structure changed, but,
Right, doesn't raise
but
it.
we're talking about the same amount of money as
Right.
we had last year.
And we're able to fund those nonprofit agencies.
Yes, in the version 2 budget we showed you on Monday,
Everything.
the board voted to go with that budget yesterday.
All right.
Commissioner Chesney, you had some comments?
Yeah, man, you had me excited. I thought I was finally going to vote for something. You wanted me, and now you're popping me up to 8%. I mean, I'm struggling with that because I thought this version 2, which I actually was even leaning towards giving you, which you know how big a deal that is for me because, even voting for that budget would be huge for me. But y'all been such a great partner. But now you're coming in asking for this ceiling that's making me a little uncomfortable. If your board has already agreed to the budget, which includes all the programs that we've already had funded, I get it. I know what you're saying, safety valve, but are we asking for anything else up here that we know of that need to be funded or that you know of? Or
Commissioner, I don't know of anything right now, but our experience in the past is that usually between the time we set a budget and when the final budget is approved and the associated tax rate is adopted, there are changes. And so all we're doing is asking for flexibility. The board is committed unless something comes along that we don't know, either you all or us, know right now, the board's committed to the 4%. But we want to be cautious about the numbers between now and September so that we have room to adjust if need be.
Okay, all right,
In case you want to change it.
I got no change.
We have to do a record vote.
So Johnny, I'm going to make sure you're recommending a tax rate at the voter-approved ceiling rate at 80% at .089272, and that's what you're proposing to for the proposal rate, not the voter rate, but the proposal rate. So that will need to require a motion and a record vote.
And that is our proposal for purposes of today.
So
We'll be back in September, likely with a lower rate.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez. I need a second.
So
I'm sorry.
are we saying that we can bring it back down?
Yes.
You will
yes,
have another
yes.
chance to vote on it.
All you're doing is setting a ceiling and requiring public notification and hearings.
So we can move forward.
Yeah.
So, just for the record, Jack, what motion ceiling, the tax ceiling are you setting?
I'm saying the one that
The
is
8%,
The 8%.
the higher, the
.089272.
ceiling, what they can do.
the ceiling.
And that would require a record vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez, a second by Commissioner Modas. Commissioner Hernandez, how do you vote?
Oh, yes, I agree.
You agree? Commissioner Chesney?
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain? And I was really good with the
I don't-
4
I don't know if
too,
you
but
can
I
or
will
not.
vote just because we
I'm
come back and
sorry.
have to approve this, so I will vote yes.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
It's a record vote. I can vote how I want.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if you,
That's as nice as I can do on this one. Sorry.
I don't know if you can abstain for a record vote.
Yes, I can.
You can abstain for a record vote,
You
yeah.
can do whatever you want on a record vote.
Unless we need a unanimous vote, you can
No,
vote
you don't do
anyway.
unanimous.
This,
You don't do
that's the
unanimous.
only way it would be
I've done this a long
required.
time. I can abstain on
Yeah.
a record vote.
I know you have.
And I was good too with the, yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
But we do get to come back. This is not giving y'all leeway. We have to
Right.
vote on this again. So let me be clear to everyone who's listening, anyone that wants to start tearing up our phones.
Right.
Okay, the next item,
Just for clarification, the vote was 4-0 with one abstaining from the vote. For the hospital district only, setting a rate at 0.08292, which will require public notification and public hearings. And we'll work on with Johnny on when the public hearings will be.
Dale, I mean, just to confirm, maybe I misheard you, it's .089272.
0.089272.
Yes, okay.
272, yes.
Mr. Hipp,
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure, you did say you all were committed to the 4%?
We are, Commissioner, and all this is just a cautious move. Your budget's in flux, ours is set, but stuff comes up sometimes over the years along the way. But our commitment is to keep it at the 4% unless something develops that we don't know about right now.
I like that commitment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next item, Your Honor, is for the county, which includes the general fund, the debt service fund, as well as the road fund for the county. As your budget officer, we've gone through several budget hearings. As your budget officer, I'm just going to set the ceiling at the maximum voter approved rate, which is a 3.5% rate, which is 0.252755. Again, 0.252755, and hopefully after we get through the cuts, when we come in and propose a budget to you, we will be lower than that rate, but that's the rate I'm setting as the ceiling.
Do I have a motion on that?
Can I make a motion period? I just make a motion that we vote on the no new tax rate. That's my motion.
The 3.5, the voter, you're saying no on no.
No new rate, no new.
Second.
If you're making a motion, I make a second on that.
So is that the number you just mentioned?
No.
No, they're voting on 0%. Zero, the no new tax. So we have a motion and a second and a third, so no more discussion.
We would require a record vote at the rate of .240253. That's the no new revenue tax rate.
This is our ceiling.
No, that's the ceiling, which means that's the bottom. We can't go any higher.
Yeah, we can't go
Can't go
higher.
lower either.
That's just going back to,
I think we need some discussion and some clarification. So
Yes.
if we don't set a high enough ceiling, then that really binds us.
Yes.
And
Yes.
today, it's not the final vote.
Correct.
no.
So I get we're trying to make statements here today, and I may agree with you eventually, but I don't want to tie our hands right now without letting us still work through the budget process. Would you say the budget process is complete at this point?
No, we still got a lot of cuts at that at the no new revenue tax rate. We foresee a significant reduction in reserves.
It's like a 3 million more we will need to cut at the no new. Yeah.
I mean, I hope that we realize as a court what we're doing today does not give us any flexibility at all. I mean, I get making a statement, but that statement's next month. I may stand by you next month, but you want to just tie our hands today for the sake of making a statement now. This is not the time to do it. If we want to work through this, then let's work through this. But at this point, I mean, no one wants to be on a voice record or recorded vote to say, I support the ceiling. But that's what part of our job is to make a statement of where do we want to be? I mean, we don't want to give ourselves some flexibility.
You know, you finished, Commissioner? I'm sorry. It's not about making statements, you know, it's about what we've gone through already, you know, and the $3 million to me is very workable. I mean, we got money to get rid of those $3 million if you really wanted to go down the line, but
With the air conditioners on, can you talk in the microphone a little bit? They're saying they're having a hard time hearing. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, you know, we're not trying to make any statements here today. I'm just saying this is what we've gone through already. $3 million, and if we're going to go through the whole 9 yards again, and you're going to say, well, I'm going to go back where I was before. So now we're going back to where we were, square one. So what's the purpose of sometimes telling the people, hey, we're going to do all this stuff, and then we don't do it? So it's not about making statements. I think it's just from what I see, what I've gone through. I think the balance on this would be the $3 million, 3 point, whatever it is. It's workable. I think that the monies are there. I don't think that we are going to be in a bind for that. You know, we might kick the can once or twice. I don't know. Maybe we don't have to kick the can. I don't know. But we'll work on it, and that's why we're here. So I think that we got what we have, and whatever comes up, we've got to learn to do with or without. That's my statement.
Dale, and this is based on the budget you're proposing?
Yes.
And my concern is, I'm concerned because I've talked to some other directors of departments, and what caught my attention, like the DA's office that said that they hadn't requested any monies at all, and they were showing that they had asked for so much. And then I think Ms. Sands also had concerns about her budget, that they were inflated. And I've talked to one other department head, said they're going through the same thing. They didn't ask for anything, and you're showing it.
Let me explain what's going on, because when there are some items that the departments do not have any control over, including myself, and that's insurance. Y'all adopted a windstorm insurance that was a significant increase.
I understand.
Everybody has to pay for it. The copiers went up in price. Everybody has to pay for it, so everybody's went up. So those balances were there, and some other items that were required by postage and other stuff that are required because of our contracts require an increase. So we had to put those increases in, whether they were asked for them or not. And that's why those went up.
You had to put them
We have to.
showing into those departments if
Yes.
that's what they requested.
Yes.
Okay, without even, even though they didn't, but you have to show it there.
That or we can't pay for the equipment.
No, but I'm saying the department heads weren't aware that monies was suggested for them, you know.
This happens every year because y'all increase the insurance rates, y'all increase the balance for our copiers go up because we add more copiers and our balances go up. So some of these items are always a required increase.
I understand that, but what I'm saying, aren't you supposed to let them know that you're going to put that much, show that much into their...
At some point in time we do.
Pardon me?
At some point in time we do.
At some point in time you do?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think it's kind of misleading to them and to us, or to me anyway, because it's just, I don't understand. I didn't understand that part, why you were doing it, to balance for the insurance, okay? And I just want to make sure that they know why those monies are are showing there in their budget,
Yeah,
okay? And I think they should be told.
they do. They were, as we give the proposal, we do let them know.
Okay, I'm just saying, Ms. Sands also showed some interest that her budget wasn't kind of inflated.
For those reasons, for the copiers went up and some insurance, but we modified that because it went to the elections and not her department, so we made those corrections and those are now correctly stated.
Well, I understand that, but again, I believe those department heads should be aware of what you're putting on there,
Yeah.
on the budget. Thank you.
So I have a motion and a second to do the no new revenue,
And the no revenue tax is 0.240253. And if you propose that rate, that will not require any notification or no hearings. And we'll propose a budget, and it'll be on your September 17th hearing. So there will be no more budget hearings.
This is a motion. Oh, Lisa, did you want to say something about it?
I just wanted to state that the insurance, it is stated in the instructions that are provided to the departments whenever they prepare their budget requests. It does state that there are certain items that the county auditor prepares on their behalf, as those are figures that we have available to us that the departments don't necessarily have available to them. Nueces County is self-insured, and therefore whenever the elected officials have public official bonds that are issued whenever they're reelected, those costs are paid out of the self-insurance fund, and then because we're self-insured, everything that goes out has to replenish that fund. And so those following year after their election, the elected officials are billed for the cost of those bonds. She is the treasurer as well as the department head for the elections and county clerk, and because of that reason, Ms. Sands' bond is higher than other public officials' bonds. Unfortunately, that does result in an increase in her budget that she did not request, but we put in on her behalf in order to fund those costs that we know she's going to have the following year for insurance. We prepare the budget for all departments that have insurance based on the knowledge that we have for car insurance, building insurance, as the rates that you approve in Commissioner's Court are adopted. There was a noted significant increase in policies this year, and that has to be passed on to the departments to fund the following years. And it's all stated in the instructions that are provided to the departments whenever they do their budget requests, which line item budgets the county auditor will prepare on their behalf. So it's not something hidden. And then as far as the district attorney, her column did show that there was no requested increase. It was the auditor's request that was the requested increase. And again, that was for items that were outside of her control because she received a leased vehicle that she didn't previously have. That caused her leased vehicle costs to go up. She also received, they also had insurance for the motor vehicle that went up because they got a leased vehicle. And so whenever your car insurance goes up, we have to increase that insurance line item. So again, it was all in the budget packet. It's all explained to the department heads at the time they prepare their budget packets.
Well, it probably wasn't explained because they're all are questioning it. They don't know how it got there or what.
If they chose, I gave 2 different Zoom trainings, one for new employees, and then several reoccurring ones that are for returning employees that have already done the budget packets, and they would know this. So there's a video you can watch. There is written material that is provided that states all of this, and then when and if I meet with them to discuss, it's also discussed at that time if they have a question about it. But again, I give it to them in writing. There's a video. There's a video link provided in case they miss the live training where I'm doing the Zoom live. We also record the Zoom training so that they could watch it at any time at their leisure and be able to get the same information as if they had attended the Zoom training. They just wouldn't be able to ask the questions. I take phone calls. I'm frequently here till very late at night, taking phone calls and answering emails.
Okay, I know when I first came in, we did have a meeting with the auditor's office, but we were told how we could and couldn't use the P card. I never recalled about what you're talking about, the insurance, that.
The budget training, that would have been with Ms. King, as she's the person that prepares the budget request on your behalf. And I give her that information. I send it to all of the members of Commissioners Courts and the department heads and elected officials. All of them get it.
I guess we all need to read what you send us.
It's a lot of information because I try to cover everything. And so frequently I'm told it's a lot of information, but I try to give it to everybody. People learn in different ways. And so I have hands-on training for people that learn hands-on. I have a video for people that learn by watching someone else do it. And then I have written instruction for those that learn from writing.
Well, thank you for taking all those steps, making sure that we are informed. But again, it just caught my attention that this department heads weren't aware of what that item was there for. Okay. So you've given us the explanation. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Commissioner Modis has a question. Yes, please.
I just have a question for Dale. So this proposed rate, how does this factor into our collective bargaining, or does this give us cushion for that, or is that a separate fund, or just so I know how my vote shows support for that or not?
Well, as you remember, we went through the several hearings and several workshops, and I did provide you both a budget estimates for the voter-approved rate as well as the no new tax rate, which you're asking the possible value of a collective bargaining agreement. We put some numbers in there. They're in the budget. They're part of that. So that will make up part of the reduction reduction of reserves if we do the no new revenue. So it's in part of it. So yes.
We have money in contingency set aside
Yes,
for that,
that's
but if we,
value for it,
and
yes.
let me just say, while I am the last person who agrees on tax increases, I am diehard conservative. I believe we make cuts. But guys, we just voted to allow the hospital district. Why are we not going? I mean, it's not a vote yet. It is just opening it up for our discussions in case we need it. And if we aren't willing to make more cuts that are necessary, you're really locking our hands in some. We just allowed them to have the ceiling to work on this. Are they going to get it? We're going to come back and vote again. It's not set in stone. This is just opening up for discussion, saying what our ceiling is going to be. And if we vote no right now, then we have to go back and cut a lot more things, $3 million, and I am not saying we should vote yes for this, because I am not saying that I will vote yes for this when it comes up, but we are locking our hands by saying no when we just told another department that they can have it. It makes no sense to me. Have that at least leeway, but I am...
Judge, I'll go ahead and withdraw my second motion.
Thank you.
But
This is not the final vote. This is not voting for a tax increase. This is just leaving it for us to continue working on our budget cuts and what we would have to do. I hope we don't have to do it. Believe me, I'm conservative. I don't want to vote for any tax increase.
This will give us a leeway either
This will
go
give
up
us
or down.
yes.
I'll withdraw I withdraw, for that I withdraw my motion and restate my motion that we go with it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a new motion that
So I have a
just
motion,
gives
yes.
us, yes. He is changing his motion to the 3.5.
The 3.5, which is the voter-approved rate that was calculated, is .252755.
Yes.
If that's what your motion would be.
Right.
Yes. Do we have
Again,
a second?
that's only the ceiling.
Second.
Yes, we have a second from Commissioner Hernandez. Commissioner Modis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
And I will vote aye, just on the ceiling. As I said before, for anyone listening, this is not voting to raise yet. This is just allowing us to work on our budgets a little bit longer.
We'll work with Teresa and the Commissioner Court Administration. We will require us to publish notice in the paper, publish notice on our website, as well as have a public hearing.
And I want to go on record, too, that I agree with exactly with the judge, that I'm not saying this is it. Like, I've heard what I think a consensus of our court has said, and I totally agree. Well, let's bring it down as much as we can.
Now, this is just a rate as high as we can go. We can definitely decrease it from that level, yes. And my hope is when we continue going through the process, my staff and Commissioner Court Administration, as well as the court, finding other items that we can cut, we can try to lower this. And I'm seeing some areas where we possibly can. But right now, I'm just setting the ceiling.
And that's all we wanted to do. Is there any other votes that we have to take on this?
No, ma'am.
Looks like, no?
All you have to do is authorize the publication of the notices.
Did we do
Farm
No,
to
we do. We
market,
need to
was
do
that
farm to
included?
market.
We didn't do,
I didn't hear.
do we do farm to market separately? Don't
No,
we?
it's all together.
That's all together?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
okay.
Motion to authorize publicize appropriate notices.
We have a motion to authorize and a second. I think Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2 then. You're through, right, Dale? That was all?
That is all, yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Receive update on capital projects, available balances, and allocate possibly funds for pending capital projects. Teresa has done this.
Thank you.
Good morning. So the document that I just passed out is just a recap of all the attachments that are in the agenda for each series of capital projects that we have, starting from General Capital 1901 through the 2021 COs 1925 series. At the top of the sheet, it shows the balances that are available for the court by each series, and at the end there's $12.6 million available. And then the bottom portion shows the balances that remain in the projects where we've already allocated funds. The total available would be the $36,979,703 for use.
The total unallocated for use, so is the 12 up there, 36 is?
The 12 is just the court members, your particular balances in your individual projects. And then the bottom part are the balances that remain in projects that we've already moved funds into.
Yeah.
And then if you go to the second page is an update from the document that was attached to the agenda. Because on the 2021 COs, there's a note at the bottom where I was just trying to show that at the top, it shows the unallocated being $20 million. That's not actually what's available because we haven't moved out the remaining funds for the Bob Hall Pier. There's still $12 million that we have not moved into that project. So I wanted to just show the recap to show that Hilltop is completely funded. We came to court, we pulled all the monies together, and we actually put those dollars into the project. The same with the animal care facility. Those funds are actually within the project. But we have not done that for Bob Hall Pier. So I just wanted to emphasize that it's not really $20 million that's unallocated available. 12 mil still needs to be pulled out because it's been allocated for the pier.
Right, so what do you mean we haven't done it? Because we voted to do it.
We haven't come to court and taken all the monies that we know. We've kind of added monies, like Hurricane Harvey, we moved the medical examiner facility, but we haven't come to court and stated, okay, here's Bob Hopper, here's our total funding where all the monies can be moved to the project. We've been kind of moving the money as we come to court and they get selected or awarded construction, then we allocate the money.
But we have allocated every dollar to Bob Hall Pier.
Right, it's allocated, Commissioner, but it's not in the project because it hasn't been moved into the project formally by the
Because we haven't
court.
started construction? Or
Right, I know.
Or
But
no?
it's the same with Hilltop and Animal Control. We haven't started construction, but the dollars are sitting in the project.
Then are you
And I
saying we should do
propose
that
to-
for Bob Hall
I
Pier
do,
today,
yeah.
so we get it out of the,
Well-
yes, so we can move forward?
I
We
don't
probably
understand
have to
this.
bring it to court. Well,
In other words, we have voted to allocate every dollar from COs, insurance proceeds. There was another, ARPA. We have had court votes and voted on every single dollar that has been allocated to Bob Hall Pier. So I'm still not understanding what we haven't done that needs to be done, because other than a vote, that's all we normally do.
yeah, but we don't, well,
Until the project starts construction, which,
right.
Which
But what
that-
I'm saying is to move those funds actually into this project. Right now, they're still sitting up and unallocated.
but
And because
why? Because we voted to allocate them. That's what I'm not getting. We have voted in this court to allocate those funds.
Right.
So why
But
are
we
they
ha-
not allocated?
Well, because we haven't done a recap. Like, we only really move the funds in the project when they start construction or when contracts are approved in court. We go and actually put those dollars in the project for those encumbrances. And we,
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it
though.
doesn't make sense. It should be everything allocated to the project, Commissioner. I agree with you. Because right now it's showing just 20 million, but but we don't have that. That's right,
right,
Teresa?
that's correct. The 12 mil is not in that project.
And
yet.
it should
I can
be.
do,
But how it gets moved over for accounting purposes, that's somebody else does. I mean, we vote on things. It's all been voted on. I don't know why we would have to vote on anything else, because it's already been voted on. So I don't remember coming back and saying, okay, now we're going to vote to move the money into something else too. We vote to allocate it, and it's allocated.
because we don't move the actual funds into the project until the items come to court and it gets approved. Like like right now, we have $7 million that's encumbered or obligated in that project. So if you look at the Bob Hall Pier project, and the budget is $7.3 million. That's the only amount of money that we've moved, because those are the only contracts that have come to court and been approved. So you're correct, the funds are allocated, but they are not sitting in the project. And I can do a budget change order to move all the monies. What's the matter?
Well, I mean, I guess we need to change the way we do our accounting then, because it's not unallocated. It's already encumbered. So like
It's
this
not
is
encumbered, but it is allocated.
right. So it's misleading, not on purpose. I get it, but it's misleading to say there's 50 million or there's this huge number that's not. I don't know what you're saying today. Not
The 20 mil up at the top, it's not unallocated.
I asked Teresa
correct.
to bring this and to do these lists because I had gone looking for money for the roof, and we had
Sure.
asked what was in the COs, what was left, and it was a total, and I said, we have that much in the COs, and she goes, no, a lot of this is two
Allocated.
things. I said, well, we need a better system, because it's hard, I don't know how she keeps it in her head about what hasn't transferred or how much we've spent, because we come to court and we vote on something, and none of us have a real clue on how much has already been allocated. So we brought this to this attention for this very reason, to figure out a way to make it better where we're not all scrambling around, and it's a very clear item on the list where you know exactly how much you have that hasn't been allocated, how much we have that we can spend. But this came about when we started looking for something, and it's very confusing. You're absolutely right.
okay. So what I'm seeing, Teresa, then is on page 1, the only thing that's really unallocated, and maybe we need to have different terminology. The only thing that's unallocated, and I'm going to ask what it is this 7.3 million at the top, because these other funds have been allocated to commissioners, to the judge for precinct projects, things of that nature. So what's the 7.3, or I guess it's 7.64227? What is that?
Amount is the remaining amount that's on the 1925 series, it backs out the $12 million that I have not moved for Ballpark Pier. So when I back it out, that's the true amount that's unallocated that y'all can still create projects.
And
whatever
that's
you
from,
wanna
and
do.
that's from what?
That's backing out.
No. That's from the 2021 season?
2021 COs, the 7 is the balance that's available in the 2021 COs after I reduce the balance that I have not moved to Ballpark Pier.
So how does that happen? Because we allocated, I thought we had allocated all of those 2021 COs either to Commissioner, Judge, or projects.
Well, we have a CIP list, right? But we don't move the funds into the projects until the projects come forward.
No,
So,
right. Meaning, I didn't realize that we had any unallocated, and when I say unallocated, I'm going to say unvoted. Let's change that because we're having a confusing conversation here. You're telling this court that there's $7.6 million of unvoted on money from the 2021 COs.
it's not unvoted, Commissioner. We have CIP projects, but we haven't moved
Unassigned.
forward with it. So that would be
Well,
what,
has it been assigned to something else?
no, we haven't done anything
Well,
with
that's
it. So
unvoted, meaning it hasn't been assigned to a project.
It could be voted on today for another project.
I think
It's
so,
not-
because,
yes.
because you have a CIP list, right? And whatever that list total, and if we would, like, when we do the CIP, if we actually go in and move those funds, like you're saying, they've been allocated, and we actually create a project and move those dollars there, then when we create new projects, like with the medical examiner, so the $4 million from the medical examiner, then I could show the medical examiner monies came out, it went here, it went there. We don't move any of the monies. All the monies is sitting in unallocated until we go to court, and then I can do my project change order.
But I'm going to try to ask this again because, man, you know I love you, but you're really confusing the heck out of me today. So what I'm asking you is, has this $7.6 million been assigned to a project? Like, has it been assigned like Bob Hall? Has it been assigned like the Hilltop? Has it been assigned like the medical examiner? Has it? Well, no, I'm saying those things have all been assigned, so that money is not available. Is this unassigned money or not? And I don't know how, I'm trying to come up with a term that,
Okay, well,
because,
I would say that it's assigned according to the CIP
but we haven't
list.
voted on a specific project, so it's not
So
assigned.
it's not assigned.
It's not assigned. What has it been assigned to? What project?
We have the CIP list that
But
allocated.
until we vote on it, until we vote to assign, it's not assigned.
Okay, then it's
We've got
unallocated.
a $200 million CIP project. Okay, well, we know $7 million isn't going to cover $200 million. We have voted to prioritize projects with our COs in the past. This is how we've always done it. Medical Examiner, Hilltop, Bob Hall Pier, all those projects have been voted on by this court, decided, so that money is off the table. Is this money off the table because it's been assigned to a specific project or not?
In the CIP.
Because if it hasn't, then we can vote for it. If it hasn't been assigned, if it's been assigned to something else, then that's not available money either.
Excuse me, Teresa.
Yes, sir.
I think what I understand is you leave this money unassigned, and from what I've seen in the past, this is where you might get money in case you need money for somewhere else.
That's correct. It comes
That's-
from this pot right here.
That's okay.
I think
But-
the new process needs to be when we vote to allocate something,
know if it's
the
available.
court approves it. This budget change order needs to go into a fund for that project. You should automatically transfer the funds where they're not sitting there and we see what, then I think that's what we hope to get out of this meeting today, where we didn't have this confusion. If the court votes to approve a project with these funds, then you should automatically transfer those funds instead of us coming back. You should create
Get them
a,
out.
And I think we've
Yeah.
assigned, I think we
So
have
then I
assigned
can-
every single dollar. We had a $50 million CO, is
correct.
where this started. I remember this, we voted on $50 million worth of projects, which means there should be not $1 unassigned from that CO. So if we go back, I think this is completely not correct because we voted on all those projects. We went through it. I remember going through it, and we assigned every dollar of the $50 million CO that we passed, and we've assigned it all. So I don't see how there's any dollars available.
So, Commissioner,
Zero.
we're saying the same thing because you're correct. We did assign according to the CIP list. But if you look at this, these projects that are allocated right now are not $50 million of all the projects that we've done.
But that doesn't mean it hadn't been assigned. We don't, in other words, we can't, if we take this 7.6 million, we're taking it from another project that we've already voted
That's
on, and we
correct.
need to know, well, okay, then we need to, that's what I've been asking.
Okay.
Is the whole time is, this is not available money. It's available only if we pull it away from other projects. That's not available.
Gotta be earmarked.
So that, this money is
those
not
monies are already
available.
tied to that one project. And I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, as I recall, on the Hilltop, we started at 20 million, and then we brought it down to 14 million. And I thought the last number we agreed on was 9 million, you know. So,
Yeah, David started at 20 million. The court never started at 20. David Richter started at 20, remember?
I mean.
He had his big, yeah.
And I was in agreement,
Yeah,
to do that. Okay. So I'm saying now, I see 8 million, you know, but I was under the assumption that we agreed on 9 million.
That's right.
And if, you know, if I'm wrong, can you show me different,
You're,
why?
yeah, they're in different series. They're all over the place. It's in
It's still
Hurricane
not.
Harvey monies. It's 2021 COs. This might be the 2019. This is just your portion that's coming from the 2021 COs. So I can give you that sheet that shows the exact total, and I believe you're correct. It's like 9 point something.
Yeah. I
Yeah, it is
appreciate.
not, it's 9, Commissioner. It's somewhere else. It's 9. You're right. You're right.
But
I don't-
basically, we should, when we allocate money for anything, create a project account, and that money should automatically be transferred over there, because we're getting into things like this where we're looking for money and nobody knows what's still holding out there. So we go back and look at the 50 million you're talking about,
Okay.
see what is left, what hasn't been done, what possibly
Okay.
got scrapped or is being done. But that's the reason we brought this here, because it is such a crazy mess. When I went looking for money with this, it was like, we have to wait till it comes back to court, and we voted on this, and she has it in her head. And nobody can keep up with what we do in here on a regular basis, voting and changing. I'm sorry, guys, it's on us too. But once we vote to move a project forward and allocate that money, it should automatically from the auditor's office be transferred into a separate account for that project.
So what I can do then, Judge, is I'll take this list, and then I'll go through the CIP list for all the projects that we haven't actually reallocated the funds, move the balance from Bob Paul Pier into this project, and then we should have zero unallocated up at the top.
Yes.
Yeah, and Commissioner
Okay.
Chesney is correct on the issue. When, if you remember, when we go out for these bond issues, the bonding companies want us to provide them a list of what we plan to use the funds for.
Right.
And that's where we say we did this, this, and this. We were in excess of more than 50. We narrowed it down to 50. Now, some of these items that actually are processed are a little bit different from what we explained, so that's where there might be a little bit of differences. But as the Commissioner's saying, these have already been allocated. We just need to make sure which ones are not there and which ones can be changed.
Yeah. And if
So-
we voted on these, then we
Yes.
need to go
Yeah.
ahead and transfer this over, so we're not duplicating or overspending what we don't have.
You know, a lot of this is our old system because as Commissioner was saying,
Yes.
there's 9 million for the Hilltop, but you have to look in 4 different spots. When our new system comes in, you'll have one project, you know where all the funding sources are. So it'll be easier to track.
So what I'm trying to understand, by the time you get done, a Hilltop will reflect that we have 9 million allocated to Hilltop.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's
Yes,
the
sir.
same as
It-
Bob Hall.
it-
There's like 3 or 4 different funding sources for
Yes.
Bob
Now-
Hall. It's all over
Now
we
we
had to
got-
scrape and claw to make
And
it
you
work.
got some money, Commissioner, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Commissioner's
Teresa.
welcome.
Thank you,
and,
Teresa. Appreciate
yes,
you.
we appreciate it. It's very
We'll make up
confusing.
to 9.
Yes. On, any other questions on that, guys? I think she's going to come back with us. Item number 3, then, moving on. Authorize escrow disbursement request number 15, and this is payments 21, 22, and 23 to ABM. I know we had another notice to cure, and we got with both the ABM and Public Works, and these have been approved by Juan and myself for payment. I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I have a discussion. I know Public Works approved this, and I'm just hoping that we're going the right direction with ABM. We've had so much problems in the past, and then now I don't want to come back down at the end of the road and say, well, you know what, this wasn't done right, or this isn't. I mean, I just hope everything that we're doing is to specs, and that we're not going to come back and say, you know what, it wasn't done right. That's what worries me, right? At the end.
I agree.
And we can't do this at the end. We got to do it now.
Well, I will tell you on these 3 invoices that were held up, the reason they were held up at first in Public Works had nothing to do with each one of these invoices. It had to do with another job that was done over at the annex. So what was charged on these 3 invoices were nothing about their concern, is the reason they were okay moving forward. And we did check with the jail and the sheriff, they were very happy with the progress so far. Yes.
How about juvenile? Do you already get through with the juvenile?
There's one here. Are they through? Can you speak in?
They're
saying with Cam here
I'm
again.
asking about the juvenile.
I am not sure if they are finished totally with the juvenile.
I think that was part of this lump sum that we're talking about. In the parking lot, and the juvenile in the front and the back.
But that's not part of these
That's not part of
3
this.
invoices. One is the steam boilers, and it says parking for something. And the air handler units are 22 and 23, and those are in the jail, the other invoices that are out.
And those are okay,
Yeah,
Sheriff said.
and the sheriff said yes. Yes, we did contact them before we moved forward. Yes.
Okay, I'd just like to make sure the parking, which one it is.
Excuse me, Judge.
Go ahead.
Did somebody inspect the work, like the air handlers and things like that?
They're still working on these, but they're still doing more air handlers. They're actually changing to a double shift now because we also have an October deadline that they have to be finished. So they have 2 shifts going in now from Public Works as well to try to meet that demand.
There's one.
One, yes. On the probation office, or the juvenile office, parking, is that finished yet?
Yes, ma'am. The
Yes.
parking lot's complete.
The parking lot is finished.
Front and back?
Yes.
Yes, sir. My understanding is complete.
And that's not part of this right here, Wanders?
If it's part of it, Commissioner, it should be on one of those line items under juvenile or Galahad building. I don't have it in front of me, but
Invoice number 21 says steam boilers and parking. Would that be part of that?
the parking is the one.
Is
Judge.
part of that?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is part of that, yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
Thank you, Wanders.
We had a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. No, the motion passes. Moving on to item number 4, discuss and consider execution of notification of $78,077 funding for street improvement fund as presented by the RTA. Item number 4.
So moved.
Yes, Judge. This is just to accept it, and it's going to be
Oh, that's the money we
$15,615 to each
yes.
commissioner.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 5, discuss and consider selection of ICE for engineering services under master services contract in the Robstown North drainage improvements. This Commissioner Mata, is this yours?
Yes, Judge.
And it's just selecting your engineering from our, and this is for your CDBG.
Yes, it's
Are you making a
CDBG
motion?
MITMOD funding, and so this is just to begin the process for the Robstown area, and then it's a
I'll make the
companion
motion.
item for
Yeah.
item 6 as well.
Second. Oh, did you make the motion? I'm sorry.
I did. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 6 is the same, just selecting Adura for the master service contract with the CDBG Clarkwood, and
Yes, Judge and
Yes.
Court, that's the same thing, and this is to help the Clarkwood area, this Corpus Christi area that kind of bounds.
making the motion, I'll
rural area.
second. We
Yes.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 7 is discuss and consider allocating $275 from Precinct 4 ARPA designated funds to the London drainage related to widening the existing drainage structure between South Prairie and Rabbit Run. Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, thank you. This is a project that I have vetted with Lulu, and as indicated, this does meet the ARPA rules in regards to improving drainage in the London area. I'd allocated $1.5 million of my Precinct 4 allocation to the London drainage, and this is moving $275,000 of that $1.5 million into this specific project and to set up this specific project. And it also has a consideration and selection of Freeze and Nichols for engineering services under the master services contract to be paid out from that $275,000. And so I would make a motion that this passes.
Is that a dual motion for selection? Or we have
For the
to do
whole thing,
two
yes.
separate?
No,
Yes.
it's,
For the whole thing?
I would move that we allocate $275,000 from Precinct 4 ARPA funds from the $1.5 million previously designated, and that Freeze Nichols is chosen for the engineering services as per the rules.
I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number 8, discuss and consider the selection of Govan Development Engineering Services for the master service contract for the Hazel Baysmar Improvement Project. And Commissioner Hernandez, I think this is yours.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Yes, I want the Govan Development Group to do the engineering there at Hazel. So
Is that your motion?
and that's my motion, yes.
Second that. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 9 is yours also. Receive updated ARPA balances for precincts and countywide projects. Maybe that's everybody. Discuss and consider eligibility requirements for sub-awards to sub-recipients. Discuss and consider taking action regarding the allocation plans, processes of the American Rescue Plan Act funds for the following project. And that is the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District Number 5, Banquetti.
Yes, Judge, I also agree with this one. And I make a motion.
All right, so wait, what are we doing?
There's
I did a
several,
question.
well, I think Lulu maybe needs to enlighten us on which, are
I'll
we
second.
unallocating this?
Second.
Yeah. We have a motion and a second for discussion. so-
Yes, there was
Yeah.
a risk assessment conducted for WCID number 5, and so we're here to present that the eligibility requirements were not met. And so I'm requesting from the court, from the will of the court, what decision they want to make.
So was your motion, Commissioner Hernandez, to unallocate, or is that what you were?
No, Judge, I would still would like for Lulu to give us time so we can find a way how we can help these people get this project done. I think it would be allocated back to the county would be doing the work. Can that be done, Lulu?
I'm sorry, I repeat that again.
If the county-
air
if the
conditioners-
county's doing the work.
No.
In Banquetti, no,
The county,
it's not allowed.
no? Thought you told me it was.
For drainage on County Road.
Okay.
So I don't understand if this doesn't qualify, this is one of many that we've had to deal with.
Correct.
We've unallocated every other one.
This
So-
was designated just specifically for Banquetti,
Right,
for
so-
their.
All right, there was others that were allocated to other entities' projects, and I'm going back to the judge's argument on this, that if they're subrecipients and they don't qualify,
Right.
we have millions of dollars of needs on our own, so I mean, I don't see how we can keep $1 million hanging around when we don't have enough money for our roof. I mean, so I don't, I mean, I can't support continuing to just leave this $1 million hanging out there if they don't
Lulu,
qualify.
what I'm asking is, do we have to agree right now that, to pull that money away, or do we have time to try?
We can unallocate it right now, based on their eligibility requirements. They do not meet at all. WCID does not meet those requirements.
I mean, and you're not the lawyer, but what you're telling us is this is an illegal allocation at this point. I mean,
Well,
if they don't.
it'll be sitting there for a while, and if we don't have that paperwork, it's going to sit there and we're going to lose that money.
So
How long do we have before we know we lose the money? We still got time, don't we?
We have to obligate all the funds December 31st, 2024, on the last Commissioner's Court for that month.
Okay.
And I would also remind everyone that some of the projects we have moved forward on and allocated and selected engineers and now have still not gone out for bid for work to start. And I'm almost into a year of mine.
We've been sitting on
this is a
this
very
money for a
slow
year.
project.
Well, Lulu, all I'm saying is I've tried to help this community.
I reached out to them as well,
Because I know
they're non-receptive.
They need it. And again, I guess I'm going to have to agree that if they don't qualify because they haven't given you the information you asked for, we have to do what we have to do, you know, and that's unallocated, I guess. And I hope we put it to good use, you know.
So are you amending your motion then?
I'm going to have to, Judge, yes, I am.
Yes, okay. So we have, and you're withdrawing your motion, your second, I guess, Commissioner Modas. We have an amended motion to unallocate from the Nueces County Water Control and Improvement District Number 5, the $1 million at the advice of our legal and ARPA representatives. So are you seconding the motion then?
I said one, I mean, these people really need the help, okay, with this problem. We were supposed to have a meeting with them, you know, and I'm hoping in that meeting that we were going to have, they would give us better information or whether maybe that would help qualify. I understand we need the money, and I think I've also given some monies for the roof. But I really would like to have one more meeting with Banquete and find out if they really, you know, don't have the desire or can't do what they're supposed to be doing to give us the information that we need to help them.
So you're changing back your motion to not allocate?
Judge, I just want to give these people the opportunity.
Okay, so.
But what is, okay.
Yeah, wait.
Like, I don't know what that means, because if you've reached out to him and you've tried and you've done everything you can do and she's done everything she can do, and you're saying there's no way to make them qualify?
They don't have a SAM.gov, first of all. That's mandatory.
They don't have a what?
SAM.gov.
What, I'm sorry, what is that?
Oh, it's a federal,
Application, federal
yes, that's a
number.
federal award
Regulation.
number.
Federal identification.
Right.
Right, and so would $1 million, even if the project did qualify, which it doesn't, is that going to complete the project? Because my understanding, this was just a partial also on all these ones we did.
Even if we allocate $1, that SAM.gov is mandatory.
I get it. Let's say they have a SAM.gov.
Gov.
Sorry. Does this $1 million, you know, because that's the other thing that we've heard on these discussions is it has to complete the project. It has to be the whole project.
That is
Is this
correct.
the whole project, or is this just?
This is a portion of a project.
So what's the total cost of the project?
That I'm not,
But more than $1 million.
more than a
And do
million.
they have money to put into this anyway?
I wouldn't know because I have not received their financial statements.
And
Right,
that's
so-
part of one of the requirements that you're required to present with these projects.
I don't have their net position.
The only reason I'm asking is because in Banquete, you only have 2 people in charge of that water district, and it's not a full-time job for them. You know, they work at other jobs, you know, and they do this, I guess, whenever they can, and they don't meet on a regular basis. But again, if it's going to be that hard for them to accomplish what I want to help them accomplish, and I think we've given them, enough time to do this. So again, I remove my motion. And
This allocation was done on July 6, 2022, so it's been over a year.
It's been over a year, and
I have not
hasn't
received
been-
documentation.
Judge,
Okay.
I would make the motion then that we unallocate this money to the Nueces County Water Control Improvement District number 5 and reallocate it to Nueces County ARPA funds.
Remaining balance.
Remaining balance based on non-compliance and based on not being a qualified project.
Okay. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
I guess I'll be the second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Judge, would it be appropriate at this point to, since it's, I guess it's, to reallocate it at this point to like we've talked about the roof project, we've talked about, I don't remember where we are on that, but I would think we need to, and we're going to have to, even our allocations, like we've got to get enough to finish it, right? So it's $8 to $10 million roof
How much
project.
is left on, because this says receive balances, what is, with this million, what would that put us at in the county with unallocated ARPA funds?
So in order for me to get a full amount, item agenda 10 would need to be discussed as well.
10?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's, since it's ARPA, we can do all of that at the same time. We can bring that up. Discuss and consider American Rescue Plan, remain allocated funds to the nonprofit Fiscal Recovery Assistance Program.
Well, hang on, what was the answer on the roof? I'm sorry, what's the answer on the, because if I
said
remember right,
she
we had
needs
about 2.5 million left the last time we did this. Is that, and then because we allocated all the money to the plumbing, or not all, but to complete the plumbing project. And my remembrance was that left us about 2.5-ish million of ARPA funds left. So wouldn't this make it 3.5? And if we just went ahead and allocated this and what we have remaining to the roof.
And don't forget my savings on the ME.
Yeah, we haven't done that one yet. Yeah, no, we haven't. You're right.
So countywide remaining balance with the unallocation of $1 million, we would have 4 currently.
And that's.
Just
and when
for
you say
countywide.
And since I've had my unallocated, lesson today, that is not included. That is not inclusive of funds that the commissioners and the judge have, right? That you're not counting that as remaining.
No.
You're saying unassigned. My new word is unassigned.
Right.
Yeah.
So this.
Okay.
Be clear.
The shade in pink, or whatever color you want to call it, that's the total amount from all the precincts and county judge.
Okay,
in total
so
tax.
then the amount is what this remaining ARPA balance in the blue for countywide projects is $3,032,255.86.
Plus $1 million.
Plus $1 million. Okay, so then if we say today, since we've done this, that we want to make a motion to allocate the remaining amount that we have now, and you may have some later, I get it, to the roof,
Okay.
we could put about $4 million towards that roof project, and hopefully that would be something that we could complete the project with. If not, then we got to find more. I get it, but we know we have a lot on that roof.
If we do a new roof, we are told
We
by
can make the
Public Works
motion.
it would be 12 million.
Right, but if we.
We're working on something else.
Yeah, I know.
Right, but there's my understanding, there's other things in works but my point is let's get
We
this
can
allocated.
allocate this to that, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Allocate,
Lock it in.
assign, whatever y'all want to call it.
Yeah,
So my
we need
motion
to
would be
assign.
that we allocate the remaining ARPA balance for countywide projects in the amount approximately of $4,032,255.86 towards the Nueces County Courthouse roof project.
If that is the will of the court.
We
Right,
have a
that's my motion.
motion and
We'll
a
see.
second. Any other discussion?
I'm
All
perfectly
those
good
in
with it.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. The remaining funds unallocated in the ARPA.
Right, now I know that.
Non-commissioners, they're private funds. This is only the remaining balance that is unallocated, yes.
Right.
Right.
And I know Commissioner Matos was going to do something at some point with since we're down to 2 MEs and Commissioner Gonzalez has something
I
on.
think we all
Right.
have some other things we're
So
going to do.
that, but for now, then so now we are at a zero balance on countywide remaining ARPA projects.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And item number 10, we brought up, discuss and consider, is this your item? Lulu, the American Rescue Plan Act remaining allocated funds to the Nonprofit Fiscal Recovery Assistance Program.
That is correct.
Yes, and what is that?
Those monies were for nonprofit organizations who met all the qualifications.
These were
for-
the beneficiaries that we cut it off
Correct.
the 49,000 because we didn't have any applicants, and then we were getting down to the county needed the funds ourselves to take care of projects, so we just closed off the application process. We didn't turn anybody down that had started their application, but we didn't allow any new ones, so yes.
How much is left? 280?
265, it says on
Oh,
here.
216.
Oh, 216. This balance says 265 on this paper, but I would make the motion then that we also move those funds into our balance on our roof, the
Second.
countywide ARPA allocations. Yes. We have a motion and a second, and I think you understand that motion, right?
The remaining
The
nonprofits
remaining
funds would go.
216 from the nonprofits would also go towards,
Well, but this says
this is
265, so I would just,
265.
Okay.
let's just
Yeah.
use the remaining amount.
Remaining.
Remaining and not an amount, yes.
The remaining unallocated nonprofit amount.
Today, okay. Yes, nonprofit as of today. And those were just the beneficiaries that we were given the 49,000 to each one individually. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
So Lulu, we're counting on you to keep track of where these assignments are going, right? Because you now are going to move all this over and it's going to show it in a little project bucket somewhere. Okay.
That is
Right.
right.
Thank you, Lulu. I guess we are at item number 11, discuss and consider establishing the early voting polling locations for the November 7th, 2023 constitutional election, and that would be you, Kara?
We have the locations. We have a election coming up on November 7th, and we'll bring you all the information of times and dates and
The
in another report.
locations
But
are-
you have the locations in front of you.
So
Okay.
moved.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 12, discuss and consider approval of Election Day vote centers for the November 7th, 2023 constitutional election. We want to approve the Election Day vote centers and authorize the county clerk to add more locations as needed and to ensure compliance with the Texas Election Code 32.002. And
So
I'll
moved.
make that motion.
Wait,
Yes.
which?
I make the motion to approve the Election Day vote centers and authorize the county clerk to add more locations as needed and to ensure compliance while doing this with the Texas Election Code 32.002. And we have a second. Commissioner Hernandez seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 14, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meetings, dates, budget workshop dates, and related matters. I don't think we have any more. Are we needing to add budget workshops in here?
We will have to add the public hearing we have to have. We'll work with Teresa to get you the dates required, because there are some certain dates required by the law.
Are we going to need to have any meetings next week or anything? I know they were
If we
with
believe there's
this.
some additional items to talk about, we may want to have another budget workshop, because there are some still items that I needed to work with several of the commissioners on some items. Do we have to have the whole court? Probably not. We can go work through several of the items that we have to show you here's what the departments have requested, here are the percentage cuts they have, here's additional items for possible cuts that I've been working with a few of the commissioners on. Judge, I know you and I and some of the other ones will have a meeting on Friday. We can discuss that, but actually having another budget workshop I don't believe is necessary. I can work with each commissioner individually if I need to.
Even with the sounds of the will of the court this morning with those other votes where we have 3 million more that we're looking at now that we're going to be.
Well, since y'all actually approved the posting of the voter approved rate, I can still work some cuts in and get a little rate below that. But if we do go the no new revenue tax, that will require significant more cuts.
It sounded like this court was going to no new revenue, is why I'm saying I think we need another budget
Now,
workshop.
that could be that if we do not have additional cuts, then that may be a loss of reserves.
You know,
Yeah.
Possible.
when we say cuts, let's clarify this. Cuts could be anything where we move monies around from separate areas. You know, because
Where
I
we're
want
at now, these cuts have to be
hold on,
actual
Dale.
costs.
Hold on.
It can't be
We're
the budget.
Hold on,
at the
Dale.
point we are now.
Hold on. I just want to make sure it's clear for the people out there, the department heads and, you know, elected officials and everybody else, that they understand when we say cut, doesn't mean that, doesn't have to be cuts. It can be moving money around that we have over, you know, that we can, like the interest, we got the 1150 waiver, we got other areas, the contingency. Again, we need to look at those before we look at cuts. You know, because I don't know what you mean when you say cuts. You know, if you're saying cut departments, well, I'm not going for that, right? But I think we need to start from the top and use what we have at the top. So, I mean, I just want to make that very clear that there is monies that we can move around, you know, whatever you want to call it, but we need to move those monies around before we do anything else. Got to take care of our people, got to take care of employees. You know, that's what we have to do.
Wait, okay, so I'm sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. I don't know what predicated that right there, so.
We're just talking about if we need another budget workshop for the court. I was saying I can work with the commissioners individually, but you know, if it was almost sound like almost the will of the court to do the no new revenue tax, we do that. Additional work would need to be done because just by changing the budget will not affect the loss of revenue. That would actually have to get into cutting actual numbers. Whether
So we're just on the discuss upcoming
Yeah.
meetings?
If we're going to have another.
What agenda item did I miss?
discussing whether
If we need
need
another budget workshop.
Okay, I was like, oh, I don't see this on the agenda.
And I know we do need a public hearing, and we'll have to work with Teresa on the calendar says when these have to be. And we'll make sure those are done, but do we need a budget workshop between that period of time? Depend on if we decide that that's where we're trending, then I would probably say we probably need to.
We need
What
to have
about Monday, the 28th?
Oh, God, let's hold on for a second. So I don't know that I agree with that, and I'll tell you why. Because as of yet, in my opinion, we've reached not a lot of consensus at these budget workshops. So I don't want to sit here for another 3 or 4 hours and we all just nod our heads and then we leave and we don't have any consensus because we haven't given you much direction.
Correct.
And that's not a critique. That's just because this budget has been really hard to figure out and how to do, right? So I get it. We're all kind of like, nobody wants to cut people, right? And I still think there are a lot of non-people cuts that can be made, vacancies and, you know, consolidation and moving people around. And, I've thrown that out several times and nobody's rendered an opinion pro or con. And I get it because everybody needs to think about it. So I don't know if we need another budget workshop, but just maybe we need to know that on September 13th, we're going to have to make a lot of hard-ass decisions.
Yes.
And just go in and make them, and that's just the way it is. And excuse my French, but I mean, I've used words I don't usually use a lot of times here because this has been a horrible experience. So I don't know that we need another budget workshop that we can't vote on because we're all so worried about what we say and how it's said, except me, and I shouldn't probably say some of what I say. I get it, but it is what it is. So I don't know that we need another budget workshop. I just think we're going to need to chunk out a time that it's going to be a long day on the 13th, limit our agenda on that day to non-essential stuff, to only essential stuff, and just know we're going to spend a long time on the 13th working our way through this like we've never, like I haven't done in 9 years that I've been on this court. But that's okay because I haven't seen a budget like this in the 16 that I've done between here and the city council. So I don't think we need another one, Judge. I'll be honest. Others may feel differently, and I'll come if y'all want to come. But we're going to have to spend a ton of time on the 13th doing this, and we're not getting you. And I get that's going to be hard for you, Dale, because we're going to be giving you stuff on the fly. But I don't know what else to do. So
as you're saying, Commissioner, like we've gone through our budget workshops. Sometimes we don't have a clear direction, and my staff and I, working with Teresa and Ida on some items, will consider what we believe the court's direction will be. we'll provide you a proposed budget, and at that time, like you said, on the 13th, or if that's the date for the selection, y'all can amend that to wherever you want and to get to the final number. But as you know, the law says once we start, we can't stop.
No, I get it. And here's the deal. I think all of us have said clearly, we don't want to cut people. We've all said clearly, I think, we'd rather look at vacancies.
Yes.
We'd rather look at consolidation and moving people into positions that are available. We've all, so we've given you some direction.
Yes. And some of the items we've had from the cuts from the departments that has submitted some either freezing a position or deleting some positions, majority of those that are frozen and deleted are vacancies.
Right. And I think that's fair. I mean, I don't want, I'm hoping no department head started with a submission of people, that they started with vacancies and fees and things that are non-people related, right? But I don't know, and I've got to kind of break down everything that's been sent. What I'd still like to see is all the budget departments and the percentage. I'd ask Dale,
yes, we're working on that,
so that see what budget, because it's not fair if 10 departments submitted. I get it's apples and apples. Let's say 10 statutory departments submitted huge cuts and some didn't, or 10 non-statutory. So we've got to kind of look at all that and be fair and equitable too. But there still have to be cuts to this budget. They don't have to be necessarily a lot of people, I don't think, because we have 201 vacancies.
Yes.
I mean, you literally could. You want to make it real simple, you could say we're going to cut 100 vacant, or freeze, delete, whatever term we want to use. We cut 100. That's $5 million right there. Yeah. I mean, and I get it. That has some effect down the road, but I just don't. I think, I don't.
It might be best for you to meet with us individually
That's
if
what
we
I was
need to
thinking
have a
about, trying to-
meeting.
trying-
If
yes,
anyone
yeah.
wants to meet with you, then we'll just do an individual
Yes.
commissioners,
the best,
and
and I
then
can
the
work with
13th we'll get back together.
And if it's a very high topic, I need to make sure I work with maybe a few of you, but I need to make sure I don't violate the open meetings rules. So,
Yes.
With that'll be definitely consideration. But I'll try to put in the will of the court on what I believe the budget proposal will be when I draft the proposal rate that's to be filed on the 7th.
Okay.
Excuse me, Dale.
Yes.
When you talk about the budget, are you including the 12 million for the roof of the courthouse?
No.
You're not including that?
That's capital outlay. You don't budget capital outlay.
Okay, but you will consider the alternative if we go a cheaper way to fix a roof?
That's general fund.
Again,
that's not general
No, I
fund.
understand.
That's general fund. But
We'll take
again,
that into consideration then.
because most time your grants and your capital projects items exceed budget cycles, y'all never really vote on this because y'all have already allocated funds for the grants, already allocated funds for these projects. So the capital projects and the grants are never a budget item to discuss. Just your operating funds, which is the general fund, your fairgrounds, your law library, your airport, your inland parks, coastal parks, and those others that are operational funds. Yes.
Okay, because several times I've heard the roof being mentioned here, and I just want to make sure that if we go the other route, that won't be as expensive as fixing the total roof.
The only way it'll get in the budget if you decide to spend a general fund for the roof.
And we won't. We'll be using other. Yes. So, Teresa, did you want to
Yes.
say something?
So in 2018-19, when we adopted the budget, we had specific agenda items that required approval from the court to know what we needed to include or not. So if it's going to be like a lien that day is going to be strictly based on the budget, then is there an objection to submitting that agenda, like specific items, the additional cuts and things that you may want to do, to put them where you actually have to vote on them so that we'll know if they're in or out?
Yes.
It's kind of like the decision list, but you couldn't really vote on it.
You mean on the
If we
13th?
Put it on the agenda.
Yeah,
on the
13th. Yes.
That's correct.
Now,
And we've done that in the past.
I mean, I think you should.
For your consideration, though, that those items you're talking about can be on a list, but they will already be in the proposed budget, and those will be items that you'll take out or add.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's kind of like a
we-
line item.
We don't have a list. We may not realize,
It's
and
in
the
or
public
out.
may not realize until the dust is settled, and then the next day, oh my gosh, I didn't realize my vote meant this
That's true.
or that.
Okay.
And so having that list, I think, is the best way to go
Okay.
about.
Yes.
So
Okay.
everyone clearly understands where we're at. And if I can ask that maybe on the day of, we don't maybe need him till then, is to have not Noe on Zoom, right? I know he's busy, but if we do go, or if we have to tap into, say, our reserves or anything, what does that mean? Because I
Consequences.
always remember he shows us where we're at as far as our ranking in the state, and we're like 25th as far as our current reserve balance.
We're already
compared to
below
other-
what he
yeah,
wants us to
where
have.
he wants us. So,
yes.
so that's just, if we go that route, and that's the majority of court, okay, but just as long as we're aware of where that stands. So everything we can have listed, and if he can be there, that's good for me.
That's great.
I'll
Have
reach
him
out
on
to
the-
Noe on it, just to make sure we're on the same level on what we consider what our expectation of what we believe our reserves will be next year and what the budget will be. We'll make sure he's aware of that.
Is it a fair process, since we have not given a lot of consensus direction, understandably so, to say, whatever you meet with us, you put in everything all of us suggest, and then we can take it out, as John said, or
Correct.
someone said.
Correct.
In other words, like, and meaning that could change, right? So if I give you 6 things, and Joe gives you 6 things, and John and Robert and Connie and everybody gives you 6 things, and Joe gets the court to take out 3 of mine, and then that's going to affect it. But at least then we can start with something, and we can vote it up or down.
That's correct.
Anybody have a problem with that? That everybody can put in whatever they think needs to happen on consolidation or
We'll have a
cuts
list that
or-
we can vote up or down,
Right.
so then we move
And
forward.
then that's in
on
the budget,
13th.
and then you'll have, if someone takes out someone's off the list, then we got to figure out where we're going to make it up if we have to.
We'll have Noe here
Right.
We'll have Noe here for the next meeting. I think you told me.
Okay,
Okay.
so we're not going to have a meeting until our regular scheduled meeting. No additional meetings are necessary.
Well, like I
so-
said, we still need to work with Teresa when the required date for the public hearing. We still
Yes.
require the public hearing.
Okay.
So do we need to do that today? Microphone. Microphone.
I know.
Microphone.
Yeah. But will you also give me an electronic copy? So, because it has to go on the, y'all don't put it on the website. It has to go on the website in a prominent location.
Okay.
No, the proposed.
I do. Yes, I do. Guarantee you I do.
Good. I'm glad.
Okay, so then.
Moving
I'll
on
do it.
to
Wait,
B.
Judge, are we going to figure that out today, since we're on meeting dates? Can we not figure that out today, so we all know?
Oh,
I mean,
For
we're
the
talking about
public
meeting
hearing?
dates.
The required public hearing date.
Yeah, so we'd like to get that knocked out today, so we can post it for people, let
Right.
people know. We can have it on our calendars. We can come back to this item, Judge,
Yeah,
if we want to, but I just want to make sure we get those today, so everybody knows.
The date?
we have a meeting on the 13th.
That's it.
Do you have any idea when you're wanting to do that?
I think she went to get the calendar, Judge.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll move on to grants and come back to that. Item B, 1, approve contract agreement number 17 with Texas Health and Human Services Commission for the home delivered meals contract.
So
So
moved.
moved.
So,
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
aye.
Aye. Any
Your Honor,
opposed, same
I've
sign.
got the calendar. It's saying Friday, September the 1st is 72-hour notice for a September 6th public hearing. So the public hearing has to be on the September the 6th.
September the 6th?
Yes.
Oh, I actually already have it on my calendar for some reason, so,
September 6th is
Okay.
what the calendar says,
yeah.
which is
It's on that-
which
that
is a Thursday.
list, yes.
Which is a
September
Thursday.
6th, yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's already on our
9 o'clock?
calendar from the pre-approved.
Yes.
Is that the only one we have to have, Dale?
That's the only required public hearing, yes.
Okay,
Okay,
deal.
thank you. Moving on to C, Public Works. C1, discuss and consider action to approve a method of procurement for American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA-funded medical examiner's new facility, and authorize the agent to publish a notice and adopt an order delegating the evaluation authority to a select committee. Jason, you're here too. Do you need to let us know about what the process is for that?
So the recommendation is to approve a method of procurement for the medical examiner new facility and renovation project, just like you said right now, Judge. Order has been reviewed by the county attorney for legal sufficiency, and Public Works recommends approval.
Make the motion to approve. We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the medical examiner's office RFP, or method of procurement, sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. And
And then who was
the-
the selection committee on that? Sorry.
Yeah, then the next thing,
Oh.
to adopt an order delegating the evaluation authority. Yeah. Mhm. What is your suggestion on the evaluating authority? Or what are y'all
We have the interim chief medical examiner, county engineer, and the commissioner's court administration manager.
Judge, I'm gonna say again, I kind of think we ought to do that one too. I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, I don't think we ought to designate or delegate our authority on that one. I mean, this is,
Sounds good.
Okay.
so I would,
We'll do Commissioner's
I would make a
Court. We'll
motion
take
to
that.
amend the order that doesn't delegate the authority and that the Commissioner's Court does it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the evaluation authority to be the Commissioner's Court and as a whole. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. That's all we had on that one project. Yes. Are you meeting? Item number 2, discuss and consider execution of ARPA engineering work authorization number 2 with Govan for the Nueces County Courthouse and Jail wastewater line. We've already approved this money. I'll make the motion to approve.
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, approve a method of procurement sealed bids for the Hilltop Community Center renovation. Authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and then the evaluating authority as well. So we'll split those up in 2. I'll make the motion to approve the purchasing agent to publish a notice and the method of procurement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And then did everyone vote? I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Adopt an order delegating the evaluation authority for the Hilltop Community Center renovation. What is the suggestion on that one?
I'd make a
Do you
motion,
wanna-
no, I'd
Go
make a
ahead.
motion as proposed.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the order as proposed. Who do you have on there, just since you're up at the microphone now?
We have community service inland parks director, county engineer, and commissioner's court administration manager.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Juan, were you going to be involved in the Hilltop? I mean, I thought I had asked.
Yeah, yes, I'll be.
Okay. So I want to
He
clarify.
is on there.
He's in the
Yes.
committee. He's in the committee.
Yes. Was it your vote and aye then, too?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Motion passes, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, discuss and consider selection of urban engineering for the engineering services under master services contract for the Banquetti wastewater improvement on the CDBG MIT mod
So
project.
And then when we're doing these CBDG ones, we're doing them even before we get the funds?
This is just to get them ready because they're
No, it's
taking
fine.
so
I'm just
long.
making,
Yes.
because we don't have the money yet, right?
Yes.
That's correct. That's correct.
Well, I guess I need to do this too. I was waiting to make sure we get the money since we don't have any
Oh, you
money.
gotta do
When are we gonna ever get that dang money? Anybody know?
No.
It's called.
You gotta be ready for
No,
it.
okay, I'll put
This
mine on.
is just approving them, but they
it's
will
okay.
not start work until we get the funding approved for them.
All right, I'll
Yes,
put-
that's what we've done on
fair
several
enough.
of these.
Engineers tomorrow.
Yeah. no.
How does this,
But you gotta have
I'm
money.
sorry, no one's second, I'll second for discussion's sake. On these two items, on item 4 and 5, they're related, and that goes back to the Nueces County Water Control Improvement District Number 5, is that correct?
What was the question again, Commissioner?
These both items 4 and 5, this is tied into the authority of the Nueces County Water Control Improvement District Number 5?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That was the group we discussed earlier that didn't qualify because of the SAM.gov. So is that needed for MITMOD? money?
You know what, Commissioner, I did bring up that question, and I think, I don't know if Anna's here. And I just want to make sure, I
Or
question.
can Lou help us?
So,
Doesn't have
well, is this a
any-
project that we could do and not, like it would go through us and
It's on
not
it,
go
right?
through them?
No, that's what I'm just trying to
Yes, sir.
clarify.
Yes, sir,
Is that kinda
I
needed?
questioned the same, Commissioner, so
this
I
I do
guess
not
we're
believe
still
the same
waiting,
government
we're still
is
waiting
gonna
on
do
some
that.
type of approval, I guess. Am I correct in saying
Yeah,
that
I
today?
believe that Anna contact GLO to clarify if they need that SAM.gov.
Well, do we know? So should we be doing this if we don't know the answer?
Yeah, really.
My question was what Lulu mentioned earlier, that she's reached out to the Water Control in District 5 and hasn't had no response. And so that's my worry, is if they're not responding on providing the SAM.gov information or procuring it, then why would we
Yes, sir.
do the same with these?
I asked the same question you're asking, Commissioner.
Okay.
I know that we met with, we're just trying to get the engineers on board.
I know
And then once we do that, there will be no cost until when that gets
So
approved.
there's nothing
Yes, sir.
involved other than just putting on a list, and
Yes,
then
sir.
the rest can be worked in the background?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then
Yes, sir.
okay, thank you.
So to clarify this, if we vote to approve these with the master services contract, nothing will move forward until the approval from the GLO, and then they're the ones that are going to say whether the job can be finished or it's going to be approved and stuff like that. Just like our ARPA people approve ours, it has to come from approval from the GLO.
Well-
So if the GLO doesn't approve this, it gets stopped anyway.
Well, but hold on, let me ask, and that's a good point, Judge, but let me ask you
Yeah.
this. I mean, why, for example, if we want to do this project, why wouldn't we just do this through the county and not do it through, I'm just curious, right, because we know we qualify, right? I mean, we know we're good. I'm not saying anybody's bad, I'm just saying, what, do we, you know?
It's to me, Judge, Commissioner, is that my understanding in dealing with CDBG, it always goes to the end user.
It goes where?
It always goes to the end user. The end user, the person that's going to be the end user of the monies. And that was my question to Grant, to make sure that we could have this answered, because I've been asking that question already for a couple of
Well, I'm not real
weeks.
comfortable approving anything for anybody that won't even respond to our inquiries.
Yes, sir.
So I can't support this today, not because I don't support doing it, because I think we ought to do it, but I think we ought to look at a different way of doing it maybe, and maybe, I mean,
I get your point. I think you're right about doing it as Nueces County, because we have to do it for the people, because they're an unincorporated area, right? I mean, that's not like that's incorporated, so they don't have the means that we do, so we could do it as Nueces County doing it.
I just,
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Juan, I thought we discussed this, and I thought you were going to be, Nueces County was going to be in charge of the projects.
Yes, sir, but again, my question was to Anna is, since the number 5 is going to be the end user, they're the ones that are going to receive the project at the end, right? In other words, they're the ones that we're doing the improvements on their property. It's not on it's not on the county right away. And so it's going to belong to the maintenance, and the end user is going to be number 5.
It's in private land.
Sir?
It's in private property.
Well, it's some of it might be on our right of way, but some of it's it's still being maintained by number 5. And I
this
think that was
is-
my question to Grant, is that since they're the ones that are going to be maintaining it, who's going to be responsible for?
I thought I saw Anna come in earlier.
She was here earlier.
who was
but
here earlier?
This is
Anna.
also projects that we had to turn in a list by a certain time too to get pre-approved. So is that going to affect this if we were to change it?
Well, I think if we shift it to us being the ones who do it, as long as we do the project, I think we're okay, and I don't know that we can do that.
Pre-approval, do you think we ought to maybe table these?
That's
until
all I
we
was
get
trying to
more
get to, is can we
information?
check this
Well,
out?
here-
Anna's here.
here's
Wait,
Anna.
Anna's here.
Anna, give us some clarification.
You're in the hot seat now. Juan, you sure left fast.
Yes, I did.
Smart man.
Okay.
We're trying to figure out on the Banquetti wastewater improvement, the water control 5. Number 1, the question's been asked if the hesitation with they couldn't do the ARPA funding, if they can't get the clearance and we can't get the SAM.gov number for that, is that also required of this? And if they are not responding with paperwork, are they going to not do this in the future? And then Commissioner Chesney also said, well, could we do it just as Nueces County and not do it as the, so, yeah.
Great question.
A little bit of questions there.
Great questions. Actually, I was in contact today by Anavi with the Water District ID number 5 this morning, and we plan to, I told her what documentation we're going to need. Basically, they do not need a SAM.gov through the CDBG MIT because we're not giving them the money. We are going to do a repair for them, a project for them. So that's why they don't need that SAM.gov. But they will need,
or how do we do that?
They will need an agreement stating specifically what the project is of, and that they are guaranteeing that they have the financial stability to maintain the project after it's been completed. That is something that will be required by CDBG, by GLO.
So in your personal opinion, you think this is good to go with them, that this project is a good project?
What is the, I'm sorry.
The Banquetti wastewater improvement.
The project
Yes.
is still being reviewed, as you know. We
It
have the
hasn't been
RFIs.
cleared by
That's why I'm
None
contacting
of our
her,
projects
so
have,
we
though, let
have
me be
to
clear.
get all the specifics of what the project is going to be, because without the specifics, GLO can't make an approval or not. So that's where we have to work on. But that's why we're selecting engineers, so they can help us with all the budgets, the tables, the narratives of the, and we are.
So you're saying we're selecting engineers? That was another question I had. So
they're gonna start
we
working.
haven't been approved for funding on this, so are we spending monies before we
No.
find out if we're, so
No,
this
the-
selection is just for once we get the approval to speed up the process?
The engineers will help because we need a certified budget, certified by an engineer. And that's part of the RFIs that they wasn't submitted. Some had budgets, some just had, this is how much we're going to spend. So they want more specifics, and that's where the engineers are going to come in play. The
Engineers are expecting
usually
to get paid for
the
this work that
engineers
they're doing.
working with
Yes.
are very familiar with CDBG funding, that you have to work, provide the information, but there's no guarantee that the project will be completed or approved. Same thing that happened with when we did the previous tidal basin. They did submissions, maybe 5 applications, and they never did get paid because their contract has not been awarded yet. So based on the contract, that's when the start date comes, that's when all that things.
And if it doesn't, then
So,
the county's
Anna-
not on the hook for any payments that we
Correct.
can't afford. Is like
Correct.
this. Okay.
Anna, that's what I was going to ask. So the engineers, they know that possibility they might not get paid?
Correct. I mean, we're offering this and their assistance, but they should be in the understanding that that's the way CDBG works.
As long as they are aware, and I'm sure they've worked a lot, this kind of contracts.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I think that's what we needed to hear. We have a motion and a second to select urban engineering for this project if it does go forward, so they can help with the process. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign.
Abstain.
Abstain. I thought you were the second.
For discussion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can be the second if it's
Okay.
better.
Can you abstain if you're the second, the motion?
Can I second a motion and still vote in
Okay.
opposed, or?
Merely brings it to
Yeah, that's all I
It's
wanted
not
was
an
for
indication.
discussion.
Okay. So, he's the second. Item number 5, discuss and consider selection of a Dura Group for engineering services under master services contract for the Banquetti Water Infrastructure Project. Can you explain the difference in the wastewater and the infrastructure? Those were kind of confusing to me as well.
On the, you're talking about the water?
These two, one is Banquetti wastewater, one is Banquetti water infrastructure, so.
Yeah, it's the same, Judge. It's the infrastructure for the water. In other words, it's for the distribution lines, fire hydrants.
One's for a building structure or something.
Yeah,
yes.
the first one for the wastewater is for pretty much covers everything, because on that one it's going to be for underground it's going to be for the underground infrastructure, manholes, wastewater treatment plant improvements. So it's a little bit different from the first one.
Okay.
So
Yes,
moved.
ma'am.
We have a motion. Do I have a second to approve a Dura Group for engineering services under water control We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Abstain.
Another abstain. On item number 6, discuss and consider selection of urban engineering for engineering services, master services contract for the drainage improvements around the area of Farm to Market 624 and Farm to Market 70.
Yes, Judge Commissioners, we're recommending urban for this project.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Juan.
Item 3D, or D1, is purchasing, discussing.
Hold on.
Oh, yes, go
Hold
ahead.
on.
One.
On this, on the ME, did we go ahead and process? Did we do the ME already to go for bids or what? What,
I thought we had that on the
I don't think he gave us a report.
I think that was going to be on item number.
That's why he was
Did
supposed to be here.
C1, the medical
C1.
examiner
C1, that's
funded, it was
C1.
it was just approve a method of procurement and authorize them to publish a notice and a selection committee for it.
So when are we ready to design, to look at the design?
Yes, sir. I mean, we can, sorry, Commissioner, we can bring it back, Judge, for a presentation. Is that okay?
Yeah, next meeting?
Sir?
The next meeting?
Yes, sir.
Man, I'm gonna kick it down.
Yes, sir, I apologize.
Kick it down 3 weeks, okay. We have to do that, but
Yeah, that wasn't on here for this list, yes. Purchasing, D1, discuss and consider authorizing approving amendment number 2 to the agreement with the AHI facilities for janitorial services for the Nueces County Courthouse, RFP. And they did come back with another bid for us because of the situation we're in. They would like to continue services.
Yes, this amendment is to memorialize a price de-escalation in the agreement and to approve the first of 4 one-year renewals. Recommendation is to authorize and approve amendment number 2 with the agreement with AHI. The amendment agreement has been reviewed by the county attorney for legal sufficiency, and Public Works recommends approval.
I have a question, Jason.
Sure.
How many employees do they bring in on a daily basis?
So here in the courthouse, they currently are contracting 5 employees, and with the de-escalation, they're going to remove 2, so that's going to leave 3 for the courthouse. In the outlying areas, I believe they have 1 per building. We have 1 at the central garage, 4 yards, and 1 at the records warehouse, and they're going to reduce 5 days to 2 days for that contract.
I remember, because I worked in purchasing, and I remember those outside buildings, the employees used to kind of clean up their own.
Yep.
And right now, I mean, basically all they're doing is just doing the minimum, take out trash, and they don't spend much time. So maybe we could do without employees in those areas, and let our employees do, like they used to in the past, okay? And maybe that would be a savings. And also, I would like to consider having our own people come in, employed by the county. I know it's adding, but on a part-time basis maybe, see how it goes, because I've heard complaints about other departments that, they're not cleaning like they're supposed to, and I know ourselves in our area, bathroom especially, they don't go in there every day. They might go take out the trash, but everything else, is not being cleaned. So that's my question. If it was
And I will tell you, when we talked to Juan, when we talked about us, the county, doing this, he was also saying the same, that they would not be coming into the offices every day or doing anything. It was more of us cleaning our own offices and them doing like a weekly trash pickup or something. It was very similar. The other hesitation we had when we talked to Juan is the cost of equipment and supplies that the county was going to have to expend to get the buffers and mops and what else did they tell us we had? I'm trying to think off the top
Hand
of
towels,
everything
hand
that
washing.
goes with that. So when we talked to the contractor AHI, they came back with this bid because of the county situation with a cheaper bid. That being said, each of us in our offices are going to have to still do a lot more work of your own cleaning in your own office and our bathrooms, kitchens, things like that. They,
Yes.
the services are going to be limited, but I think it's necessary. I don't think it's a bad thing for us at all.
And Coastal Parks also decided to pause service for their area from November to February, and that equaled a cost savings of $20,000 annually.
Well, I still would like to consider the outer buildings that employees, we're going to do cleaning anyway. I mean, they can do it. And
do their own.
And it's not like they do it every day either. They just basically take out the trash and, they kind of wipe down the bathrooms and make it clean. So that's the way
Does anybody in the outer buildings have John, you have an office out there, and do you?
Yeah, we're covered typically by Public Works in my office, so it's not so much of an issue. But I kind of maybe a total. I worry about reduction of services, but I don't mind grabbing the trash and doing whatever I need to do it at home. I wouldn't mind. I don't have a problem doing it here at the office as well. But looking to the future, right? I believe we're going to make it through this budget process, but maybe for y'all to get together with court administration, with Dale, and look at any and all contracts that we have. And I'm glad that the judge was able to work through this and get us a reduction and test the market. The market may not, I know some of our bids out there get 1 to 0 companies. But I would if there's flexibility, if there's a way to be able to work that contract, I'd be more than happy to allow the judge to go and work those contracts on our behalf to see a reduction in savings. But if there's something that you all can identify to help us looking, for next year's budget especially, then please do so and bring it to court, or at least bring it to the judge, and then she can vet it, decide whether to bring it to court. Just because if we can, we can capitalize on this type of structure here, I think that's great. Their willingness to work with us and reduce the cost and our ability to do it. So this is just kind of a catch-all for any and all that you can think of. I don't want to put any extra work on you, but I think that really this going into this year 2 of this budget that we will be inheriting or providing for ourselves could find some savings.
Right.
Maybe it doesn't at all. But if the contracts are not worded in a way that doesn't allow for this discretion, then I'd like to maybe see them put back out. If they're up for renewals, right? Maybe if they're in the middle of it, then maybe not worth it. But if they're up for, say, their 1-year renewal, whatever it may be, that maybe something to consider. So just a thought.
Just reassessment.
Yeah.
I agree, and one of the things our office is doing is going back through every contract and getting a copy in our office. And the thing that we were made aware of when we were looking for contracts is when we do an amendment or do another contract, it just gets voted on, but it doesn't get attached to the original contract, where you can't go to one place and just get them. We're having to go search through the minutes and find key words or something that it pertains to that contract, and we are going to keep a file with amendments or changes or anything. I also agree with you, Commissioner Hernandez. Maybe on this contract we focus on the public spaces in the courthouse that really needs to be cleaned, and if the outer offices are more just private offices, if they're not a public facility, maybe we should really make the, direct the cleaning service to focus on those areas, and we all clean up after ourselves. And I think they would be willing to work with us on this contract and to agree to that, because they have been very agreeable and wanting to work with us and not lose this contract and understand the situation we're in.
The outer offices are more of a shop type environment?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, in the past, I don't know when we went to providing janitorial service for them, but in the past, they were doing their own cleaning.
Well, you think that maybe do like 2 days a week for the outer offices, so they can actually really clean the offices? At one point, I don't know if the employees are going to be mopping and everything else, but I'm just saying, do like camps, right? do the outer office with part-time people to be, twice a week to make sure those offices that belong to the county are clean. And then the other 3 days, of course, staff takes out the trash or puts out the trash bags or whatever. But
This contract was very limited services for all of them, so I think a service coming in and cleaning once or twice is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Continuing with this contract, it would be my suggestion, so I'd make the motion that we approve this. All of us are going to have to be doing the other outer things on a more even in the courthouse, so.
Second.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second to continue with this, and maybe some more discussion with the contractor in detail, and I plan to do that. But all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. This discuss and consider award and execution of agreement with Frontier Waste Solutions for the Nueces County outer residents, and this is paid for by the residents. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those.
I just
go
want to
ahead.
thank William Davis for his years of service. Him and his company have done excellent work for us. And I know we kind of did a goodbye a few months ago, but this was kind of the transition to work with Frontier. And so thank you for all you've done, and thank you guys for taking over. And we look forward to a great connection and cooperation that we've had in the past.
Yes, thank you very much. I live in the outer, and we love having trash pickup. Thank you very much. We do not mind paying for it.
make sure you give them all your notes.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider award and execution of an agreement with Vulcan Construction Materials for, and these have already been brought back up. I think these are just formal votes on these things for the contracts to be executed.
Correct, Judge.
So I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 4 is the same. Discuss and consider award and execution of the contract with P Squared Emulsion Plants. That's the same. It has come up. We have already approved, and this is part of Juan Pimentel's, and he will only use what's necessary in his budget until it expires. I make the motion to pass. Sorry.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The next one is the same. Discuss and consider award and execution of agreement with Colorado Materials Ltd. for flexible base that he uses as well. He has a budget. He only uses it when he needs it and until his budget runs out. So I make the motion to pass as well.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 6, discuss and consider award and execution of a contract agreement with Ergon Asphalt and Emulsions for asphalt. Motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 7, discuss and consider authorizing and approving agreement with GrantWorks for grant administration and project management in the amount not to exceed the amount of $1,156,300. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Just a question, why is that such a specific amount? Anybody
There's
have any idea?
A percentage of the funds that.
From the grants that we get, then the percentage can go to it. Yes,
And
thank
we
you.
actually,
It's just such a weird amount.
We actually went back to GrantWorks on recommendation of Commissioner Jag to negotiate that down to a 3%.
Yeah,
Perfect.
which I think that needs to be significantly stated, because if I remember correctly, the last grant that we did for grant administration was 10%, up to 10%.
Wow.
Yeah, and so I appreciate Commissioner
GrantWorks.
Gonzalez.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to look real closely, because I got to tell you, I don't even think we need to be spending $1.1 million either. Okay, so I'm going to have to see someone justify that, but I do want to thank Commissioner Gonzalez for getting that down from what was a percentage of like 9 to 10 down to about 3, and Grants Department and whoever else worked on this. I'm not just saying Commissioner Gonzalez, so everybody who helped, thank you, because I still don't like that number, because to me, that number means we're not going to be spending on projects, we're going to be spending on administration. So I'm going to still be, I'm just saying, I'm approving this, I mean, I'm voting to approve this today, but I'm going to be looking real closely at how this money is spent, because I still don't think we need to spend $1.1 million, because we could give it to other people. But that's way, way better than where we started on this. Way better, so thank you all for
We can
doing it.
give it to a grants department to expand, so we don't have to pay that.
Yeah, so kicking the can, buddy, kicking the can, one-time thing.
Okay, we did that motion and second and voted already on that, so we're good. Yes. Item number 8, discuss and consider adopting an order to authorize and approve method of procurement for request for proposals, real estate brokerage, and I believe, Commissioner Gonzalez, this is yours for drainage detention ponds, possibly.
I thought we already did this.
Allocating funding from the CDBG, MIT-MOD infrastructure projects, authorizing a purchasing agent to publish notice, and the court shall not delegate its evaluation authority. Shall not?
I thought we already did this.
Yeah.
No, we did the ARPA. We did a real estate brokerage.
Oh, this is
RFP for
CBD.
ARPA. This is for CBDG MITMOD. And that language just says that we are not going to delegate an evaluation authority. And
So can we not do
the
this
court
as
will be that?
one?
Can we use the same person, though? Can we use the same person for both?
I
Can we
believe
not?
so. Yes.
Yeah, could we not? Because I don't think we're going to have enough for two
Yeah, we're
groups
gonna
to do on
consolidate.
this. I mean, it's not going to be that many. It's just going to be whether, because, let's see, mine are both COG. Yours, what are yours? Both ARPA or yours?
ARPA and
Okay, so in other words, this fulfills the procurement, but that is the question, because we already did one for the other. Can the two be one?
Yeah.
Meaning,
I'd have to look into that and get back to you.
yeah, because I don't want to send out two RFPs and
No,
it's.
Mike and I do good.
Do what?
We could use the same person.
Right, but I'm saying, do we need to send out two RFPs for the same
Those-
services?
It looks like Anna wants to tell us
I don't
something.
understand that.
Yes.
I would think COG would be fine with how we do it with ARPA, because ARPA's got the federal rules. Why do we have to do I get why we have to do ARPA. I don't get why we have to do COG separate from ARPA.
Correct. I think the language has to be specific in the agreement, in the contract, making sure that we don't just specify that it's ARPA and that we can use, it's for Nueces County, and then we can use that realtor for that, for both.
What I'm saying, though, is I understand that we have to do ARPA because that's procurement, federal rules. COG is different.
It's still.
Why couldn't we
We
put
still have
COG
to do
under
it.
the ARPA one?
We still
And
have to
COG.
do the procurement, and that's fine, but the language that's on the contract cannot just say specific to ARPA when you're using it for COG.
Right, but I'm saying, can't you use one that says ARPA and COG?
Yes.
Okay, so then we don't need to send out two RFPs, but I think I think that's what we're doing today, is we're approving another RFP because we've already approved one.
Right.
So we got to be clear for purchasing, because what we're telling them if we vote for this today is we're sending two out.
That's correct.
And I'm saying that's silly.
We're
that
saying
we ought
we
to be able to do
don't
one.
just change the wording on
So
the
we
other
need to
and don't
amend
do
the
it.
first one?
We do have Natalie with GrantWorks that now it's approved, so she can assist with GLO requirements that she's more familiar with.
Okay, but today's vote would be sending out something I don't think we need to be doing, because this is the COG one, and we should be able to include COG in the ARPA one. Go back and amend the ARPA one.
I'm so sorry. Good morning. Natalie Gonzalez with GrantWorks. Nice to be here and see all of you. So, and actually I live in Corpus Christi, so, it's nice to always be in my hometown court visiting. But actually, GLO likes to see it separate. They don't want to see it combined with another agency. So because they're their own agency and it's a completely separate bucket of funds that we're talking about, it's not related to ARPA. It has to be completely streamlined. And that's GLO is very particular about that. So where in other cases we could potentially do and combine one RFP, because I see exactly what you're saying, Commissioner, it makes more sense to just do one. Why are we going to post twice? You could just run it once and you're going to combine these programs, but with GLO it's a different ball game. So that's the reason why we have to do two different ones.
GLO likes to see is different than it's a rule. So is it a mandated rule by GLO?
It's a GLO rule.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's a different answer than likes to see. So and so if you can show me that rule, that'd be great, because if we have to, then we have to, but it's kind
Yeah,
of ridiculous that we have to, but
Agreed.
whatever.
Thank
But
you.
if that's a rule, then I can live with a rule.
So we have to move forward on this.
I guess so.
So what all are we needing? A motion on
Second.
request for proposals?
Adopting an order to authorize and approve the method of procurement for real estate brokerage services to assist Nueces County in the acquisition of real property for Council of Governments, method of distribution, et cetera, et cetera. That would be the motion I think these fine gentlemen have already made.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I think you're done,
Thank you.
Jason. Thank you very much. Moving on to E, the auditors. Item number 1, discuss and consider approval of a quote from Perfect Apps for software for district courts, county courts, and appointed defense attorneys to automate the creation of approval, routing, and data export of attorney fee vouchers.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've been working with the district courts for many, many years on payments of court-appointed attorney fees, where we've gotten a lot of attorneys always complaining that it takes them months to get paid, which is sometimes that is true, and the delays can be found in multiple places. We've been trying to work something with the district courts and our offices to try to streamline this. We had something with our current software that we're going through, but it was very expensive. We did find this Perfect Apps, and this Perfect Apps can work through a process where they computerize everything for a total cost of $42,000 1 year. They waive the maintenance fee. The maintenance fee is only $6,000, so in 24-25 there'll be a small $6,000 increase for maintenance. We've met with the district courts, and the district judges agreed that this is something they would like to do. Now, just so you know, this software can be used in multiple aspects. So, for example, if another department has a form that they use that they submit out to anybody that comes in for a fee, this can be used for that. And that way we can simplify some items where they don't have to have paperwork forms, and we can work with that. So we plan to, if the court approves this, that funds that we just talked about earlier, the 1921 COs, did earn some interest. The interest is unallocated, and the interest will cover this $42,000. So with that, we're submitting this Perfect App request to you for your approval, if you so choose.
And this won't, this is not something that you have to have for Workday that would incorporate.
No.
This is total separate software program.
Total separate. This will belong to the county. It will be managed by IT and at the moment the court administration on the fourth floor. However, if we, for example, if we do have something where we do have some IDs that some of the court-appointed attorneys have, we can modify those forms where they manually, instead of manually put something, it can be something automatic. We can work with all departments that have these, and this can be managed where the person logs on the website, they go to the spot, they put in their information, it goes through a workflow, and then it goes to whoever it is, and then they process it, and then either it gets to us in a computer access where we can download it from this file and put it into Workday, and then it'll immediately process. So we gave a demo to Judge Stith, and he really liked what he saw, and we talked to the court-appointed attorneys in the meeting we had with the board judges. They were very excited to see this happen. This is something that will take about 2 months to develop, and it's not required that it be part of our system.
And what's the ongoing, is there an ongoing cost?
Very small. The first year, no ongoing costs. After that, it's only $6,000.
I'm sorry, where did
This funding will be coming from, as Teresa said earlier, we have a 21 certificate obligation. As you all said, most of the funds have been allocated, which is true, but these funds that were in the bank have earned interest. The interest is unallocated, and we know there's enough interest to cover this. And we're asking that to be used for that purpose.
We have a motion by Commissioner Mata, seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 2, the budget change order number 20 for fiscal year 22-23.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to F, Human Resources, item number 3, discuss and consider accepting the Texas Juvenile Justice Department salary adjustment direct grant allocations for biennium 24-25, administered in accordance with the General Appropriations Act. Yeah, you want to?
Thank you, Judge.
You've already talked to us about it too. So,
Briefed
yes.
you, but yeah, as I had mentioned a couple of days ago, the legislative session was unprecedented, fiscally, especially with regard to juvenile probation. This has been years in the making. And the legislature has recognized that the field of juvenile probation does handle most of the kids going through our system, and will always handle most of the kids going through our system. And I say this despite the issues that the state facilities are having. So as a result of these years of talking to the legislature, they awarded 2 pots of money, basically. One is about a 30% increase in state aid. And for Nueces County, that equates about $500,000. The second one is why we're here today, is specifically for salary increases for certified chief probation officers, juvenile probation officers, juvenile supervision officers, and those supervisors who monitor or any of those people or supervise any of those people. So it equates to a 5% this year and then another 5% next year.
We're very happy for y'all. I'll make the motion to pass. I understand this is allocated by the legislature. We have nothing to do with this. So for our employees that aren't getting something like this, we're very sorry, but we have no control over what the state legislature allocates to you all.
Well, but the good thing is, Judge, for once they gave money to back it up. This is fully funded by the state of Texas, and that's unusual. Normally we just get unfunded mandates. So, and I think that's important that you state that, because unless someone has fully funded state funding, with this budget, I'm not supporting any raises that aren't, period. So these are ones that are obviously mandated by the state and are fully funded by the state of Texas and isn't costing our general fund a dollar. Correct, Dale?
That's correct. We're working with, right now, they already currently get a supplemental pay. This is an increase that supplemental pay that's paid by the state aid. So it does not increase the general fund.
I second your motion if you made it.
Hernandez already did. I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here so long, too.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else we don't have to do, I'm going to move to go into executive.
First, if you want to discuss the 2 items, 4E and 4C, in executive, there'll have to be a unanimous vote if the court believes that discussing these matters in open will be detrimental to the position of the county.
Do we have to wait for Commissioner Gonzalez here? It has to be all 5 of us, or can we be unanimous without?
Not in the room. He's not in the room, but I mean,
yeah.
We could try to go get him. But and the other thing, Judge, is how do we need to
we have
make
to have
any
it
vote?
Recorded.
Yeah. That one has to be recorded.
Yes,
those have to be recorded.
If we vote 5-0,
right,
or 4-0, or whatever.
Checked on that. So.
Okay.
And then, was there an intention to not have?
I would like to move that, other than the ones that have to be recorded, that we don't record the rest of them in an executive session for today.
Do a certified and a recorded agenda. Yes,
right.
And I was told we can do that too.
And was there a vote on B1 for grants?
I don't really. We went to B1.
B1?
Yes, B1.
What? That was the Texas Health and Human Services Commission.
Yeah,
we voted on that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do we want to? Okay. So I would move that we don't record the ones that don't have to be recorded.
We have a motion to do a partial recorded and certified agenda.
Second.
Huh?
I've got to put that on as a. I've got to put it on as an agenda item. It's not on there. It's not on here. It's not posted. So that was my motion. I don't know if I got a second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, now he's back.
Unanimous. Oh, here comes Commissioner Gonzalez. Are you a yes for that? We have to have unanimous. He is. He's a yes.
That was just on the recording.
Just on the recording.
Of the
yes.
non-recorded ones.
Yes.
Now we have to vote to the other ones.
Yeah, the two that we're going to bring up, yes.
Count me in.
Yes, yes.
Sorry about that. But
So we have to have a unanimous vote on items C and E in order to take them into executive. The county attorney is telling us. So I will make the motion to bring items C and E both into executive session for discussion because I think it would be detrimental to discuss in public on.
I second the motion.
C and which one?
C and E.
C
We have to have a
and
unanimous
E.
vote on the collective.
And those will have to be recorded, I guess. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. We're good. Okay.
Which one?
C and E.
C and E, she is saying we needed a vote to take
Okay.
them into executive, and we just voted to take them into executive. Yeah, they're down there, but we,
What did we do with County Road 18?
exactly.
Which one?
County Road 18.
Which number? We have to go with executive.
Jenny.
It's, she has it in executive.
It's
Yeah,
executive
she has
session.
it in executive.
Yeah, it's F.
Yes.
Number F.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we are going into executive session. Public notice is given at Commissioners Court. It is 11:32, let me state. Public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any legal agenda item, any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer in accordance with the authority of Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items listed in an executive session. Item A, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal matters related to the claim by Monica Perez dated June 30th, 2023, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to personnel needs at the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office, funding sources for office personnel and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to potential Nueces County Chief Medical Examiner separation agreement negotiations, Texas Government Code 551.071. Deliberate business and financial issues relating to separation agreement and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.0725. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to potential sale of 316.585 acres of land adjacent to Richard M. Borchard Regional Fairgrounds located at 1213 Terry Shamsey Boulevard, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item number E, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the status of contract negotiations of the County Bank Depository Agreement and County and District Clerk Court Registry Funds Bank Depository Agreement with Frost Bank pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 116.021 and 117.021, Texas Government Code 551.071, and deliberate contract negotiations of bank depository agreements, Texas Government Code 551.0725. Item F, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters regarding the status of interlocal agreement between Nueces County Drainage District Number 2 and Nueces County on the repairs for County Road 18 Bridge located at the intersection of County Road 18 and County Road 65 and other related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item G, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the secure courthouse parking garage, Texas Government Code 551.071, and deliberate regarding security, Texas Government Code 551.076, and all related matters. It is 11:36, and we are in executive session. 1:44, and we are coming back from executive session. In open session, we have item A. I need a motion to reject the demand on the claim from Monica Perez and allow outside counsel and the county attorney to continue the negotiations.
So moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hernandez, and I will second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item B, there are two different motions we will need. Commissioner Modas, you want to start that off?
Yes, Judge. I make a motion to unallocate ARPA funding that designated from Precinct 3 funds, originally for the assistant medical examiner and 2 medical examiner investigators.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Commissioner Gonzalez, I believe you have a similar motion on this, item B.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to unallocate the funds I had allocated to the ME autopsy technician based on the personnel we had at that time.
And that was your ARPA funds as
Those were
well.
my ARPA funds.
Yes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. That is the extent of our agenda. Do we have any adjournments in memory?
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner? Yes, please go ahead.
I have one on in loving memory of Cody Ryan Pettis, December 3rd, 1993 to August the 13th, 2023. Very young, very young. Cody Ryan, also known as Cody Ryan CP in Kuku. He was a mentor, educator, and coach. Cody entered internal rest August the 13th, 2023 at the age of 29. He was born on December 3rd, 1993 to his parents, Cynthia A. Perez and Fermin Garcia, in Corpus Christi, Texas. Cody had a love and passion for baseball. As soon as he could pick up a bat, he wanted to play ball. Education was key to his success, and failing was not an option. He was quick to help and guide others to also be successful. Cody graduated 10th in his class from 4-H Moody High School and was starting shortstop for the Trojans in 2012. He attended New Mexico Junior College on a full baseball scholarship and played middle infield for the Thunderbirds. Cody continued to play ball in his baseball career and education at the Coastal Bend College, where he played outfield and middle infield for the Cougars. And he also earned his Associates of Science. He completed his baseball career playing for the Dust Devils at Texas A&M International University, where he earned his bachelor's in kinesiology and minor in biology. Cody was offered a teaching coaching position at Bishop High School at the start of 2016-2017. He was a natural in his classroom and enjoyed teaching biology, anatomy, and physiology. Coaching was a new love after his baseball career. Cody coached football and baseball as an assistant coach and enjoyed working with students, athletes, and encouraging them to be successful on and off the field. He earned his master's degree in education at the University of Texas, Arlington, with a focus on education, leadership, and policy studies. Cody was working on earning his administrative certification so he could step up into leadership as an assistant principal and work on his PhD in education to later continue leadership at Bishop ISD. He was known to be the jokester, known for his handsome smile and quick to be witty, always friendly, and extremely competitive. Failure was not an option to him, and he gave it all he had, no matter what he attempted to do. He loved the New York Yankees and the Dallas Cowboys. Cody is joined now in heaven with his great-grandparents, Amelia and Benito Perez, and Felipe and Maria Acevedo. He is survived by his I don't know what this word means, survived by his brother Fermin A. and Alisa Garcia. Parents Joe and Rosalinda Perez. Uncle Joe, Suzanne Perez Jr. Aunt Joanne and Danny Flores. And Uncle Robert Perez. Cousins Clarissa Perez, Bobby Perez, Jace Flores, Joe Perez III, Antonio Perez, Adriana Perez, Jessica Perez, Christopher Perez, Miguel Perez, Dirk Flores, and Jacqueline Perez. Second cousins, Caden Perez, Jesse Flores, Rocco Damasita, Bishop ISD family, along with numerous extended members and family members. His family prayers go out to the family. I know he will be missed by friends, family, and those that knew him well. And may we bless the family. Amen.
Amen. Absolutely. Yes. Are there any others?
Judge, I just want to express my condolences to the family. I know some of the uncles, so I just want to express my condolences to them.
Yes, we all send our condolences to the family. Sounds like he was a really exceptional young man. So, yes, very sorry. And then I will accept a motion to adjourn. We have a motion.
Second.
Do we have and a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned. What time? My phone is buried. 1:52.